remember that. I remember him being sick and being at their house, and him being in bed, and my grandma would, if I was out on the front porch, she would like, you have to be quiet, because he's trying to rest. I remember that. I remember that stuff. Then after that, I just had a typical, really kind of childhood, really. We lived in Kentucky. Typical American childhood. I played outside and with the neighborhood kids, and we didn't have very much money. I think we were pretty poor, but I don't remember ever suffering or not having what I needed. I always had what I needed. So that was, I never recall ever wanting for anything. But I know that we didn't have a lot of money. But I think I had a pretty good childhood. I had a lot of, fun. There were some instances in my childhood of some sexual abuse. And amazingly enough, and I've worked extensively on both of these incidents, but amazingly enough, both of the incidences were, the abuse was done by another child. Once being little, maybe 6 years old, there was a little boy that lived down the street from me that I played with all the time. We were the same age, and he had an older sister, and I don't know how old she was. I just know she was quite a bit older than the two of us. There was an incident of her abusing us sexually. I remember that happening, but it only happened one time. So I immediately ran and told my dad what happened afterwards.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I did. I immediately ran home and told him, and it never happened again. So I don't know if he went there and, words were exchanged. I don't know what happened, but it never happened again. It was very, obviously unpleasant, but I've done quite a bit of work on that particular incident. So I'm, it doesn't really upset me anymore to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. How old were you?
Oh gosh, I was probably 6 years old. Very small. Yeah, small. And when I look back at it now, I think what must have been going on in their household for her to do that.
Well,
that's what I think about now. What was happening to her in order for her to, so that's terrible. And we, but that was it. Went on, had my childhood. We moved around a couple of times. We moved to different cities a few times as a child. I had to go to some different schools. I had the first time we did it, I was okay. I think the second time we moved, I had a hard time adjusting to school, my new school, adjusting to the kids.
Was it because of your age or because the environment wasn't really very well?
It was the environment. I felt really out of place. I was put into a school where, at least the class I was in, the children were, I don't know if the education system I came from was better than what I was being put into, maybe, because they were all, it was like I could go in there and I could just, everything came so easy for me, and they seemed like they struggled, and I always felt out of place because of it. It's like once they started to get to know me, I was being labeled oh, you're the smart girl, or, and I was so shy, and that just made it so much worse, so much worse. And I just never felt, comfortable until later, till I got to a little older, up into the high school years. Then I was placed with other kids that were more, I guess, my speed or whatever. And then I found my kids, and I was fine.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, then I was fine. Again, that was a typical, really, experience too. American teenager. Went to high school, did all the stuff that teenagers do. I always had good grades, and I never got in trouble at school. I got in a lot of trouble at home. I was very, I was a bit wild. I think it's that fiery, I'm like a fire sign, and I've always been kind of defiant and wild. I would get into a lot of trouble with boys and sneaking out, and you name it, I was doing it. Always getting in trouble in those scenarios. I had a party one time, and there was, alcohol wasn't legal for minors, and somehow we managed to get the alcohol to the party, and the police came. All kinds of stuff. I ended up getting caught, obviously, by my parents. Got in all kinds of trouble. Oh boy. So teenage years were volatile with my parents, especially my mother. We were like this. Just, I can remember fighting and yelling, and and I remember one time I can't remember what we were fighting about, but she told me, and luckily I was on break from school, at least it was like summer break, and she said something to the effect of, if you don't like it, you can leave or you can get out. And I was like, okay. So I packed a bag and I left, and I went and stayed with my friend for like a month, like, just like, I'm going to show you. And, meanwhile, I'm like 15, 16 years old at this point. Oh boy, just volatile, crazy, hormonal times. And I always had my little brother. We always had a good relationship, and we still do. He's about 5 years younger. Let's see. And then I'm just thinking back to just different things that stand out. I remember my first love, like my first real, I fell in love with a boy, and he turned out not to be a very nice boy. Unfortunately, he was just one of those that, I didn't know at the time, but one of those that was lying and dating, more than one girl. And I slept with him, and he was the first boy I ever slept with. And it was just it was a whole thing. He broke my heart. He broke my heart so bad. He was so mean. Oh, he was mean. Now that I look back how mean he was, he broke my heart. But I appreciate that now, because he taught me my first lesson in self-love. He was like my first teacher. I had to learn how to love myself and realize I didn't need, it really taught me some lessons at a young age. So I appreciate that now. And then I had another boyfriend that was serious, and we were a little older. Yeah, I had another one that was serious, and he ended up joining the military. And he went away, and once he was gone, I was coming of age and starting to get old enough to where I could go to bars and clubs and dance clubs and things like that. And I was in college. I went to college, and I started to realize that that he wasn't the one. I just knew. I always in my whole life was always aware. I always had the awareness, so to speak, like the psychic awareness and the connection. I always had it my whole life, but I just knew he wasn't the one, and ended up breaking up with him and breaking his heart. And then I felt guilty about that for a long time. But I went to college for a while, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I ended up leaving school and just going to work, because I just didn't know what I wanted to do with myself at the time. I just had a lot of fun when I was young. we went to clubs and we danced and we went to parties and I worked and, just had fun. Just a lot of fun back then. Um, I did experiment with drugs and things when I was young. I tried several different things, some good, some bad, but I had a lot of fun. I don't regret any of it. I don't regret any of it. I had a good time. I had a good time. And that's how I ended up. At some point in my 20s, early 20s, I met, and I told Ulysses this story, and he was like, wow. So I ended up meeting the boy. At the time he was a boy, but the guy that I ended up marrying. And it's funny because I was so young. It's about 19 or 20, and I had seen him around, and we had talked a little bit, but didn't really know him. And I was at a party with another guy. I was with another guy, and I think he was like in another room. And I sat down at a table, like a card table, and the guy, Travis is his name, Travis, he came and sat across from me, started to talk to me and kind of flirt with me and whatnot. And I remember I looked at his face, I looked in his eyes, and I instantly recognized him. It was just like instant, like, uh-oh. and the flash across my mind was, you're going to be with him. And it scared me to death. I was like, whoa. I was like, whoa, 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 because so young and just not ready for that sort of intensity.
Especially probably because your mother did it so early, and maybe
Mm-hmm.
it was not that good to do it
Mm-hmm.
together.
Oh yeah, I was absolutely like, I'm never getting married. And when I was younger, I was always like, I'm never getting married, I'm never having children. I was all adamant about all these things.
Right.
But I started dating him, and we had a lot of fun. We got very serious very fast. And I believe he recognized me too as well, because very early on, we were so young. We had a fight, and he had come to find me to make up. I don't remember what we were fighting about. And I remember he told me, he got very serious, and he said to me, I want you to know that no matter what happens, that, no matter if we're together or we're not together or whatever, he's like, no matter what happens, he's like, we're always going to be connected. The connection will never end. And I was like, whoa. Yeah. So it was really intense for both of us. And it turns out we were soulmates. And I came to find later there was a purpose for all this, but we pretty much grew up together. We just did the typical 3D life, as you say. We got jobs, and we eventually moved in together and just had our friends, and we had pets and just lived our life. We traveled. We eventually bought a house. We never really wanted to have children. We never did have children. Something always kind of in here told me not to. It wasn't time. But and when we did all that stuff, the regular 3D life with the regular job and all that, then we just both were like feeling like something was missing, and having stuff wasn't making us happy, and so we just kind of started exploring other things. Like I got into music. I'd always been into music. I'd always been a singer, but I joined a band, and I was singing in a band for a little while. That was fun. We tried hard. We didn't get anywhere, but we had a good time for a while.
Wow.
We had fun though.
That's really important, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a good time. So I did that for a while, and things just progressed up until, gosh, about 6 years ago. But meanwhile, during all of this, I always had the awareness and the connection. I always had the spiritual connection, and I would explore it for a while, and then I would back off of it because life would distract me, like meditation and trying to learn different things. I was always off and on with it for a long time. And then finally, about 6 years ago, is when everything got really crazy. I started getting very heavily into meditation and spirituality. And then I started having, well, at first, before that, I would have all these dreams. And I had the dreams off and on for, gosh, as long as I can remember, where I would, there would be this other person in the dream would come to me in the dream, and I could never see the face. It was a male presence. I could never see his face. And it always felt romantic, like a romantic connection. And this happened to me over and over again my whole life, and I could never see the face. And I always just thought, oh, it's just a dream, and I didn't think any much of it. I didn't really put too much thought into it.
It was very familiar. It was a presence that had become very familiar and was always there, and you knew it.
Always. Yeah. And I just kind of passed it off as, oh, it's just a dream, or, I just didn't really explore it. And then suddenly, the strange things started happening. I was watching the news, and it's funny, I rarely watch the news, but the news was on. And this was in 2013. Yeah, around the end of 2013. I happened to see on the news they said they showed this man, and they showed that he had died, like he had died in a car wreck. And they showed his face, and it was somebody that I knew of. Like, I was aware of this person, but I did not know him personally. I never met him, but I knew who he was. And they flashed it on the news, like he died in a car wreck. And I got extremely upset and very distraught. And I didn't understand why. I felt just completely heartbroken, and I cried, and this went on for days, and I couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with me. I thought it was like crazy or something. And then the dreams started to become more frequent, and this progressed over a few more years. And then the dreams, the person, it was him. I started to see the face, and it was the face of this man who had died. And a couple of the dreams were very, he was giving me messages that I didn't understand at the time. He came to me in one dream, and it was strange. It was like I was in an old farmhouse, sitting around a big table with a bunch of people. And he was there, I was there, and then I didn't recognize the others, but there was a woman sitting next to him. And I remember looking at her and feeling the angry and jealous of her, like was not happy that she was there. And he said to me, let's go outside on the front porch. Can you come out with me? I want to talk to you. And I was like, sure. And I go out onto this big wraparound porch, this farmhouse with this man. And he's like, I want to show you something. And he opens up like this big piece of paper. It looks like a map or something, and shows it to me. And he starts pointing to these different points on this map. And he's like, look, I want to show you this. This is where we've been. We've been here together. These are all the places we've been together. And this is everything we've done. And I was like, what? Completely confused. And he was like, look, I want you to understand. She doesn't matter. And, she doesn't matter. They don't matter. None of it matters. He's like, all that matters is you and me. And then he showed me the map again, and then he kissed me. And then I woke up, and I was like, okay. I'm like, what is
Oh,
happening?
gosh, you must have thought you were going mad.
I did. I was like, what is happening? And at this point, I'm thinking, is this person coming from the other side? Why are they coming to connect with me? What is the purpose of this? What is our connection? And the dreams continued. And at this point, I'm getting very heavy into meditation and just spirituality. And then I started questioning, okay, I want to find out what this connection is. So I purposely set forth in meditation to see if I could make a connection with this other soul. And I was in the meditation and I asked for permission. I remember specifically, I followed like this little guided meditation for telepathic communication. And I remember asking specifically if I could have permission to speak to the soul. And I heard a yes. So I just said, I just want to tell you that I'm just sending you light. That's all I said. I just want to send you light. Just want you to know that I'm sending you light. And that was it. That's all I said. And then suddenly this man, the voice, and he was like, I'm here. And he said to me very loudly, I'm here. I'm okay. I want you to know I'm okay. I'm alive. And I'm like, what do you mean you're alive? You're not alive. You're dead. I know you're dead, And he was like, he was trying to tell me, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm here. I want you to understand that I don't look the way I used to look, but I'm okay. And I'm here. And I'm like, okay. And I remember I could see like sort of a vision of him in my third eye in front of me. And he told me to stick my hands out. He was like, put your hands out. So I did like this. And then I could see in my third eye that he went like this and he touched my left hand. And when we touched hands, like this bolt of energy like shot like up through my arm and through my body. And I was just like, whoa. And then from that point, I was like, okay, what is going on? And meanwhile, I'm married to Travis, and we have a good marriage. And, I'm completely confused and don't understand what's happening. And that's when all the synchronicities started to happen to me. I started to get like, I'd be out somewhere and like those red birds would come and fly and like land in front of me, and like all kinds of weird things would happen to me all the time. Random strangers would come up to me like on the street and start talking to me and like ask me questions about my life. It was like somebody was talking through them or something. I don't know how to explain it. And then finally, I decided to take a trip because I live in Florida. I decided to travel north to where my family is and my best friend that lives up there in Kentucky still. And I went to go spend a week up there by myself because Travis he couldn't take off work. So he stayed here. So I went alone to spend the week with my friend and see my family because it was her birthday. And I got up there and my mom is very into spirituality as well. She's very connected, and she had, all of it too. She's like, she reads tarot cards and all the stuff, and she wanted me to go with her she wanted to get a reading from this medium she knew about. She's like, will you please go with me? I don't want to go by myself. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go. Just thinking I was just going to accompany her for a reading. That was it. And then we go and she has her reading and I listen and, just listen to it, and they get done. And then the woman, the medium, she looks at me and she's like, so, she's like, you're here. She's like, would you like a reading? And I was like, sure, why not? Because I knew a bunch of weird stuff was going on. So I told her everything that had happened. I'm like, this is what's been happening to me. What,
Just
by the way, yeah, this is what's going on. And oh gosh. And she looks at me and she's like, she goes, oh yeah. She goes, he's here. right now. And she said, he's here. And by the way, she's like, he's your husband. And I'm like, what do you mean he's my husband? And she's like, and she tried to explain it to me. And most of the words that came out of her mouth, I didn't hear because I was in shock. But she was like, he's your husband. He is, he's your, look at it this way. He's your forever husband. He's your husband on the other side. Um, he's your forever husband. And I was like, huh? And then she went into some explanation about how we incarnated here nearly at the same time, not quite at the same time, maybe like a year apart, that we purposely did it separately and in different parts of the world so we would never meet on purpose because we had stuff we had to work out and things we had to do. She tried to explain it all to me, but it was just going over my head because I was just like
blown out.
just blown away. And then I'm just crying because I'm like,
Yeah.
what about my husband? What about my husband? I love my husband. What's happening? And they, tried to explain to me that, everything's okay. You're not doing anything wrong. Everything's the way it's supposed to be right now, and yada, yada. And it was like, that moment was the moment that I had the full awakening. That moment's what triggered it for me. It felt like they came from behind me and just conked me over the head, like, and everything just like opened up instantaneous. My third eye opened and I had my Kundalini, like everything all at once. It was very shocking on my body. My God, I just remember crying, crying and crying and crying. Like all I did was cry for a whole week because I was in so much shock and so confused, and my body was opening up and everything just all at once. It was intense and strange. And in this moment I open up, and then I develop this instant, like this telepathy with this soul. From this point on, we have telepathy. I could communicate with this other soul at any time I wanted to. He was always there, always around me. I could always feel the presence around me. And so I went home, and as far as my husband went, what I did was I explained to my husband about my awakening. I explained, that I was having an awakening and what was happening to me. But I never told him about the person from the dreams, or I never gave him that part because I didn't feel like it was the right thing to do at that time. But I explained everything else, like, I'm going through this, and, I just want you to know. And he was like, okay, he was fine with it. He was okay with it. Yeah, I was like, all right, good. And so I started to immediately started to learn everything I could learn, meditating heavily because I was still connecting with this other soul and trying to figure out how all this was connected and what was happening, And I ended up, the woman that did the reading for me, it ended up that she kind of became a teacher for me, and we stayed connected after that. And she taught me a lot, explained a lot to me, helped me figure things out. And we had figured out along the way that we were connected as well. Apparently we've been friends for millennia. So we were connected, and she's helped me quite a bit. And now she's, a dear friend. I don't get to see her in person often, but a very dear friend to me. So the next thing that happened was I was trying to just get used to all this and feeling confused. And I know at one point, it was this very brief moment, I felt so in some ways so heartbroken that this soul was on the other side and not here physically, that I just felt like it hurt so much that I contemplated, even for just a brief moment,
to go back, to go over
to
there.
go. Yeah, and I remember actually being like, okay, why don't I just go? And and when as soon as I said that, like out loud, I was immediately pummeled by him and spirit, like, no, 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 you can't do that. You don't understand yet. If you do that, you're going to ruin everything. You can't do that. And that was kind of like the end of that. Like, you won't do that because you'll ruin everything. Of course, I didn't understand what that meant either at the time. So I came to find out that the label, which I don't like, but the label for this connection I had was this, supposedly he's the twin flame, or twin flames or twin souls. So I was like, okay, I made that connection. And then next thing that came up was Travis and I were invited to go to Mexico to a friends of ours invited everyone to join them in Mexico because they were celebrating their 10th wedding anniversary. That's where they had got married. And we were invited to go. And I remember being told, like, by spirit, you need to go on this trip. It's important for you to go, for both of you to go on this trip, because you're going to make some connections there, some important soul connections. And I was like, okay, so we're going to go to Mexico.
What's going to happen there?
What's going to happen next? So the next thing that happens is I am, at the time, I was, for work, I was doing what's called pet sitting for work, where I would walk dogs and take care of people's pets when they were away, like out of town and things like that. And I had just so happened to spend the night at someone's house. They were out of town and they wanted me to actually spend the night there. So I was at this person's house. Didn't sleep very well because I never could sleep at other people's houses. But
understandably so.
Yeah. And in the middle, it just wasn't comfortable. But anyway, in the middle of the night, I had an experience where the other soul appeared to me, like in front of me, and it looked like the outline of a body, like arms and legs and a head and everything, but there were no features. It was just like made of light, and there was like all different colors, and it also looked like he had wings. And he was like in front of me. And he like came over and touched my arm, and he told me, he was like, gave me the message that I'm allowed to tell you now that I'm coming back. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're coming back? And so the message I was given was that, okay, when you go to Mexico, there's going to be a walk-in, and I am going to take the body of the husband. I'm going to take his body. It's what's called a walk-in soul. And I'm like,
did you know about these things?
No, I didn't know what this was at the time. No, this was new to me. At the moment, I did not know about this. This was new.
What year was this?
This was 2015 that this happened.
Recent.
Yeah, only about 5 years ago. And I was like, in shock, once again, in shock, confused. What is happening? How could this be? And then on one hand, I was like super excited. And on the other hand, I was just like, what? So the next thing I did was I reached out to this woman that I met that goes into the Akashic record. And she's able to access the record, and she could do kind of like readings out of it. So I just kind of told her what was going on and asked her some questions, and she's like, okay, that's fine. And she went in and got information out, and she came back and she confirmed everything. And at that time I was given some information that we were, twin flames or twin souls, whatever you want to call that. That was true. And that when we incarnated here, when we made the plan to what we were going to do, it had always been the plan that at the end of 2012, when the energy started to shift, that we would prepare to have a reunion. And it was always the plan that he was going to exit the earth plane. So he ended up leaving around, it was like November 2013 is when he left. So less than a year after this is when he left the earth plane. That was always the plan. And then after he left, it was a matter of when the timing is right, and when the energies have expanded to where they needed to be, then he would make this soul switch or this walk-in. And the other soul was always in agreement of this as well. This was all part of this is what we'd agreed upon from the very beginning. This is how we were going to do this. So,
Incredible.
It's just insane. And so we went to Mexico, and
when you were going with this, and how were you feeling? I mean, you really need a nervous system to take in all that.
it was a lot.
World of, where the illusion is the reality.
Mm-hmm. It was a lot. I mean, it was a whole lot to take in. I'm thankful that I had my friend to help me, and that I had the meditation, and I already had the awareness and the connection. I think just the combination of all those things kind of just kept me from going, bonkers at that point. It was a lot. It was a lot. Boy, was it ever a lot. So I went to Mexico with my husband, and I was told that this would take place overnight. One night while he was asleep, he had to get into a place where he was in a deep enough sleep, and they were going to do this. And, I was like skeptical, like, oh, this isn't going to happen. I was so nervous about it, and just like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Then finally, about halfway through the week, I was awakened in the middle of the night, and all I heard was, I woke up just briefly, and they said to me, it's happening. We want you to know it's happening. And it was like, okay. And got up the next morning, and we went to breakfast, just the two of us. And at this point, I'm like thinking maybe nothing happened. I didn't know what I expected. I just didn't know what to expect. So we went to breakfast, and we're sitting there, and we're looking at the ocean. And all of a sudden, he looks at me, and he says something about the ocean. It was some weird thing he said. And it was something very unlike him to say. It was just what he said was strange. And when he was talking, his voice sounded different. And like his whole energy was different. And that's when I knew that something had happened. And it was just like, holy cow, this is happening. And it's weird because he still looks like the same man and sounds mostly like the same man and everything. But at this point, I know something has happened. And I'm told at this point that what happened was at the moment was called a soul braid, where they were sharing for a little while.
A matter of hours.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this happened just like overnight. This happened.
But you didn't have like meetings where this happened gradually. It just happened that time.
I think there were times when he was coming in and out of that body, because before that happened, I remember having instances where he would say something or do something that was very
unusual.
And I would be like, that's not you, that's not him. And I could So I think it was more gradual than that,
Mhm.
personally. So this happened, and I was told kind of to just let it happen, go with the flow, that gradually the braid would separate, and the other soul would depart and go home. And I was given everyone's name, like the higher self names at this point. I was told that my angelic name was Rose, and that's where I got the name Lilith Rose, even though I don't have it up here. But that was the first name I was given, and I was told that the first soul of my husband, to call him. They told me to call him Gregor. I don't know why Gregor, and then the other soul that was coming in, I was told to call him Peter. That everybody was given names. I was told where we originated from, origins would be Pleiadian,
Oh.
and that we were all in the same soul family. And Gregor was the closest match vibrationally to Peter. Even though they were still different, they were the closest in match vibrationally, and that's how we were able to be together, or he was able to help me like prepare for this in a way. That was like his job, was to prepare me for this.
Mhm.
And so I was told, and I come to find out that all this was for a purpose, to reunite, to help bring in the new earth energies, and we had a mission and a purpose here. This is when I started to find all these things out about ascension and the shift, and that's when I started to learn about all of this. And I was just kind of told to not really talk to him, not talk to Travis about it a lot, just let it unfold naturally for him.
You mean Travis before the Mexican night?
Well, before and after, I was told to just let it unfold naturally, not to be like, guess what happened to you, and like, I was told, don't do that, because it'll be too much. It'll be too much.
Be
They said
shattering.
they said it was already physically kind of traumatizing for him to go through the switch. So I was told to just let it. So I had to keep my mouth shut for a long time. And it's been quite interesting to watch him change and evolve. And about not very long after that, by the next summer, which was maybe 7-8 months later, I was given the word that the first soul was departing and leaving, and he was going to take over fully on his own. I even had a dream about it, which was really strange. A dream that Travis drove me to a restaurant, and he said, "I'm taking you here for you to meet Peter, because it's time for me, it's time." And I was like, okay. And he takes me to a restaurant, and it's like there's two of them there, and one's like he's like handing me off, like, here you go, handing me off to the
Like
other.
father does at a wedding too.
Yeah, that's what it felt like he was handing me off to him.
Mhm.
And it was the strangest thing, because the very next day, we were going to get something to eat, and we got into this restaurant, and it was the same restaurant that was in the dream. It was the same restaurant.
Incredible. Yeah. It wasn't a dream. It was just you were experiencing it
Yeah.
in the
Hmm.
archives.
So this has progressed over the last 5 years of me. I've been awakening more and more and more, and discovering more in the journey. And then now he has also been starting to, take his journey. Starting to, at first he, I think, started to notice that he could tell something was different.
Did he say that to you? He said, I feel like something's different.
Yeah, he could tell something had changed, but he was trying to find something to pin it on and kind of couldn't. He changed all kinds of things, like he changed like his he like developed like a different like taste in music. He started wearing different clothes and foods, like changing food tastes, all kinds of things, like little things. And has most of the memories of Travis, like the life memories, like like how he grew up as Travis. He has most of the memories, although I think sometimes they're fuzzy for him. Um, but he kind of has lost his although he still cares for them, like he cares for his parents and his friends and everyone from the old life. He doesn't have the same connection to them anymore. Like he kind of lost that.
The old life before he became Travis.
Yeah.
So how do you know that he's connected to them still? I mean, if
only because when he speaks, when he still interacts, say with he still talks to his mom,
but not his mom of the earlier on life.
No.
Travis' mom.
Yeah. So he's still connected to them, but he's not. Does that make sense? Like he doesn't feel the
they're not his real parents in this lifetime, so he can't have that kind of connection. He's
kind of there's a little bit of a disconnect.
Right.
There's like
definitely there will be love, but it's not the mother son. It's visceral. It's really
it's very strange. So he's gone through that, and eventually I don't know how long ago this was now, I was finally allowed to kind of start to explain to him what was happening. So I did explain to him as best I could what had happened to him, why things were different, and who he is, who he was, what we are. Like I laid it all out for him. This is everything. And he took it all. Like, okay. I think he had to take it and process it for a long time. Just kind of process it. The only part he doesn't know, he is not aware of that life right before. He's not aware of that life yet. I'm not supposed to tell him. I'm supposed to let him figure it out on his own. In due time.
It has to come to him, and so
it has to
he'll be
come.
ready for it. Maybe his nervous system will be ready to hold that information, and then he can go to it.
Yeah. So I haven't told him that part.
Lilith. Gosh,
it's a lot, and
it's a lot on you.
It's been a lot.
Nervous system and holding all this together.
It's been a lot. Apparently, I agreed to do this.
And you have the structure to do it. I mean, you can do it.
I agreed to do it this way, and so we're doing it. And it's interesting because he has made, and occasionally still does, he makes the connection to the person that he was before, but he doesn't know. He still hasn't put two and two together. Like he'll say things sometimes, and that person will actually come up in conversation out of nowhere. And I'll be like, oh, okay, you don't say, like, but he still hasn't gotten it yet. He still hasn't made the connection yet.
My word.
It's been crazy. And now he's waking up and he's having, his own awakening where he's been starting to experience his gifts and has been, learning to meditate and having visions and knowings. And so now this is all starting to happen for him. So I'm here trying to just kind of guide him along.
And why do you, and so the fact is that the two of you had to meet at a later age because you had to do things like karmic things, just get something
Yeah.
done before this big shift
Yes.
occurred, and that's when you could have met. And the
Yeah.
only way to make you meet was in this, what you call walk-in, which seems to be
Mm-hmm.
something known. I didn't know about it really. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, no, I never really knew about it. I
I
was
didn't either until this happened.
mm,
Now I've studied it some now, and now apparently it's a lot more common than you would think. And now it's starting to happen quite a bit because so many souls are needed now to
to help
help. So that's now it's happening quite a bit, I'm told.
the awakening
Mm-hmm.
process.
Yeah, but it's been a lot, but it is it's amazing
Yeah.
and it's beautiful
It,
to be physically together in physical presence of each other, uh, to have that. They say it's one soul split into two. I don't know, but it's definitely a feeling of like home. Like I felt like I came home, and I never had that feeling before. Never had it. And when this all occurred, it was like I'm home. I don't know how to. That's the only way I can explain it. It's very it's kind of humbling. Kind of humbling. It's a lot.
wow.
It's been beautiful, and so now we're just trying to continue our path together, and we're trying to figure out what we need to do next. We're trying to just sort of course, live halfway in this 3D environment like we all are, trying to do what we have to do, and then follow the spiritual path of where to go, what to do, what's next. We have been made aware of some things, that at some point, I don't know when this is going to happen, the way things are right now, I don't know if it's going to be a while, but we've been both made aware that at some point we are to leave here and we are to move to the Hawaiian island area, which is far away from here.
Yeah.
We're told that will be our home base at some point, and that there's work there for us to do. I just don't know when that's going to happen, because they've been telling us this now for like 3 years, and it hasn't happened yet. And right now I don't want to go there because the COVID thing, and not because I'm afraid of COVID. I'm not afraid of COVID. The government there in that area is very controlling, and they are have been like shut down, and didn't want to allow any visitors in because they were afraid, which I think it's not because they're afraid. I think it's the whole, I don't want to get into that whole New World Order agenda, but that's what I'm seeing play out. But
In Hawaii.
yeah, in Hawaii, it's bad. It's been bad. They haven't, they're starving. I think unless you were already rich, the people there are struggling. They there's food lines, and they have to wear a mask when they're like out on the beach, and
It's not.
and just it's just like all this crazy, and I'm like, I don't want to go there while that's going on.
Well, this could end. I mean, this COVID thing could
It
easily
has
end,
to at
because
some point. Whew.
what we know in Italy, which Italy has been badly hit, and there's a
Yes.
whole parallel current of real Nobel Prize winners and scientists and doctors that are saying that this is all huge nonsense. The hospitals are all empty, but they are saying that there's an emergency in such a hospital. So you have people going there and saying, no, it's not true. And
Yeah.
so there is a lot of misleading information, which makes
Yes.
you think that they're not saying the truth, and also there's too many incoherent things, in the sense that there's no vaccine, the vaccine can't help. The only thing is to help the immune system, and the government hasn't done anything to boost up the immune system. They've only terrorized. There's all these big thinkers that are not supported by government. The government hasn't invited them on the TV shows, on nothing. The first time we've had like a Nobel Prize winner at 1 o'clock at night. So all this is, I think, but one interesting thing that I wanted to say to you is that Hawaii, I saw this program on Gaia, and there's this boy, he's in his early 20s, he's called Matias De Stefano, and he's like an indigo child. And he's telling on how Earth, and many things about the universe, but how Earth came about and all the eras of Earth. He's got like an opening where he's got the whole memory of this.
Yeah.
There's been an early time when the continents and everything kind of broke apart, and as we are now, where a triangle, there had been many civilizations that had come. Some, I mean, they were all there for a purpose, but some were not, maybe for the real good, very evolved and subtle beings. But in Hawaii, Easter Island and New Zealand, there was created a triangle. And this triangle was of these very pure beings that that created this culture of Mu.
Yes.
And actually, they came in from the ocean first. So as I understood it, they lived in the ocean for a very long time. And they ended up on Earth. And there's this magical kind of triangle created between Hawaii and New Zealand and Easter Island, and there's all a history about them, and they're called the Alitir, and then they ended up going on land and living land, and they gave a lot of their memory and information to dolphins and whales, and then they had to leave Earth at a certain point. I don't know if they went to Middle Earth, but they had to go through a portal, and they gave all their knowledge to all the shamans in the world, in Siberia and Native America, the Aborigines, before leaving. So they left all this. And that's where they actually were mostly. So, it could be connected to that kind of...
It is. It is.
Oh, you know that?
Yeah, I was Lemurian at one point. We both were. We lived there. And when it sank, it actually sank. Some did go to in Earth, and some just went with it. I went with it. I sank with it, and just passed on. So yeah, I think that's why I'm supposed to go there for whatever reason. But I know that I did live there.
Do you know why you sank into it?
I don't. The memory I have is I chose to go with her. I don't know why I chose to go with her. I just remember we chose to go with her instead of going to, some went to the inner Earth and some decided to go. For some reason, we decided to go with her and pass out of the form at that time. I don't know exactly what the reason was. I have a memory of it though. Yeah, a memory of it. When I first had the memory, I cried. Oh, I cried just the memory of it, because it was our home, and we just, it's like we just didn't want to leave her, and just so we just went with her. I do remember that. Yeah, it's just strange to have, it's because it was so, in time sense, it was so long ago, but I guess everything's a bit circle.
And the timeline is not there, right? Everything
Yeah.
to be, all that is vivid in you. My word, yeah.
Yeah, so, it's just kind of where I'm at now. It's just trying to help and do whatever I can do for this shift, to be here to do what I'm supposed to do.
And
just help with the shift.
Do you feel in the right rhythm and timing, or you are, but you don't feel like in the right timing, or you're wondering if you're,
excuse me. I feel like I'm following the right path. and everything, but I feel impatient.
Ah, that comes across, yes.
I feel impatient. I'm like ready for this to like, I'm like ready to like
Move on.
move on, you know. I feel like almost like I've been in a state of limbo for a while. Um, and a lot of it I know is to get prepared, but yeah, I feel ready just to move to the next step, so to speak. We both do. We're both like,
What's next?
okay, what's next? We're ready to do what's next, you know, instead of floating in limbo. So that's a lesson, you know, that's a lesson
It is, isn't it?
to stay in the present moment and, you know, just be aware of the present moment and be happy in the present moment. You know, that's a lesson that I'm working on. I think everyone is, but
Yeah.
that's very important, you know. So I'm just trying to learn that, go with the flow and divine timing. And but then the ego comes in and is like, I want to do this now. I'm not getting any younger. Let's go, let's go, let's go. But it'll be okay. But it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I mean, you know, I mean, how lucky are we to be witnessing all of this, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think, as you say, since those days and that era till today, it was all connected, and we've probably waited
Yeah.
all this time to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh,
It's amazing, isn't it? How everything's just so connected. I know. It's crazy. Yeah. That's kind of the nutshell. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of stuff I left out, but that's just sort of a
yeah, it will come up
gist.
when it's when it's
Mm-hmm.
time. I guess this is and it's hot stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a science fiction movie,
Mm-hmm.
and
And we're living it.
you're living it, and it comes. I mean, it comes across. It really does
Yes.
come across when you talk about it. It's not that I mean, I do think, wow, how
It's a lot.
fetched is all this, but it also comes to me like, yeah, you're saying you're saying the truth. You're talking the
Mm-hmm.
truth, which is very strong.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
it's a
can't really
lot.
talk about it, can you? You can't. It's just something that is
Um,
you and
not, you know, not an everyday conversation, no. You know, there's the people that I can talk to it about it with, and then there's the people I can't. Anybody in the community, anybody connections I've made, I can talk about it. It's fine. But I can't, you know, talk about it, say at work,
for
you
your
know.
family.
Um, my my mother is aware of all of this.
Okay.
My mom is very aware of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, not my dad. My dad is not, you know, he's just not, he's in that other, he's still on, he's not there. I don't know if he's going to get there, but that's okay. So not my dad. He would never, I don't think he would understand. My friends, some of my friends know, they're aware of everything. You know, I've definitely told, so it's not like I've kept it a secret,
No,
but
you know who I mean, who you can. I mean,
mm-hmm,
it's part of
mm-hmm,
this big network. I mean,
yeah,
just the fact that you're breathing and living the experience,
mm-hmm,
you're nourishing a network.
mm-hmm,
And
yeah,
all and everyone that are connected to you and
mm-hmm,
Travis. So
yeah,
it's part of it also. And you know when you can. I mean, as you did with Travis, you know when to reveal things, and you
mm-hmm,
probably will know that knowingness in you of sharing and like reviving and creating resonance in the other person with your
yeah,
experience. That's
yeah.
also part of what you're here for, probably.
It is. And you know, what's interesting is I know a couple of other people who have spouses who are experiencing the walk-in as well. It, obviously we're all connected on purpose for that reason. The friend that I mentioned, the one that's the medium, this is happening with her own spouse, as that is happening with her as well. So I've been able to, she helped me, and now I'm helping her go
Wonderful.
through the same thing. And then I have another friend who is also, I'm told, going to experience the same situation. And I have told her, I have told her what's coming. I don't know how much of it she believed and how much she didn't, but I did tell her everything.
Well, you open the door and then she's
Mhm.
going to have her experiences.
Exactly.
She'll say,
So,
oh dear, what's this? Oh, Lilith
yep.
told me. So then
Hmm.
she won't feel lost. She knows that
Right.
someone has gone through that and that she can come back to you and say, hey, tell me more.
Yeah, exactly.
My-
So the door's open. Yeah. Hmm.
So it's more like you're telling your three women, it's more like easy for the man to walk in than for the
I don't
woman.
know.
Well, the
I,
woman
you know,
probably
I don't
more
know.
receptive and
But that's how it's occurred, and at least in these
indeed.
three that I know of. I
Mm,
don't I don't know. I really don't. That I don't know. It's the strangest thing.
mm.
I don't know. I've met other I've met other people who claim to be walk-ins, and some of them are women. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's the strangest thing. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
it's good.
Do
All
you,
beautiful.
yeah, it's really quite a story, let me tell you.
Oh, it is
I have to
something.
like readjust my thing.
Oh, me too. Every day I'm like, you just have to,
Oh, it's a
okay.
continuous, I guess. And when you sleep also, you must have constant readjustments.
I have crazy, crazy dreams.
And I mean, even on the, do you feel it like on your physiology? It must be all like on your
hmm
nervous system and everything, just
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of physical um
adjustments.
adjustments. Absolutely.
Have
Lots
there
of
been like
physical.
issues, like where you felt that there were pains or
hmm
issues coming up?
Some of it's from that, and some of it's um me processing for the I process for the collective too. Oh yeah. I had I've always had lots of trouble with anxiety, off and on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's been an issue off and on, and obviously, and then I had a thyroid issue
Mm-hmm.
happen, and it was, I believe, because of the all the energy coming in, and my body was, it's just the way my body reacted to everything. That's all healed up now. I was able to ultimately heal myself, and
Wonderful. Well
yeah,
done.
and yeah, and I credit the quantum healing for part of that as well. That's what really got me into it. Quantum healing was trying to learn how to heal myself. So yeah, there's been quite a few adjustments, body adjustments, that still go on, you know, all off and on. I've like gained weight and lost weight, gained it and lost it, and sometimes I'll have skin issues and things like that.
Mhm.
Just strange things go on, crazy dreams and upgrades, and just odd happenings all the time. It's always odd things going on.
Yeah, well, they're not what you're accustomed, what we are accustomed to. Of
Mm-mm.
course, it's like new openings, constant new openings and
Mm-hmm.
readjustments, and you just have
Mm-hmm.
to go with the flow. So you can't even go to a normal physician. You just have to, and you have to be careful because you have to make sure you're not getting too only energetic, and
Yep.
also not to go on just the physician kind of,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of feeling that you'll probably never get out of the issue and just make
Yes.
it worse. So you have to really be very good at feeling.
Yeah. It's been a lot of that,
Yeah.
um, for me. I don't personally. I've had a lot of times in life where I don't have a lot of well, I'm not going to say respect, a lot of faith in the Western medicine system,
Mhm.
traditional doctors. I definitely have my issues there where I just don't, you know,
Mm.
I'm not saying they've never helped me because they have, but
Yeah, I know
there've
what
been
you
a
mean.
lot of issues with that kind of medicine, including my thyroid. There was a lot of issues with that,
Mm.
which were not, I didn't like.
No,
And
because
I'm,
they'll just give you
yeah,
the
yeah,
remedy,
it's
and
just
those
so,
remedies are they'll take away the function of the thyroid, and
mm-hmm,
your thyroid probably was functioning or
mm-hmm,
responding. So it is. So that was very good that you, because once you get into the hands of that, just giving, hormones and all that stuff, and you're just
mm-hmm,
neutralizing the true functionality of the thyroid gland and
yeah,
harming it.
yeah. And it's my mother, strange. I don't think I was ever supposed to have a thyroid issue. I think it's just something, it was like a weird, it was a side effect of the body changes coming in for me. But
Mhm.
my mother had a thyroid issue, um, a kind of a different one than me,
Mm,
but had, they called it Graves' disease at
mm,
the time.
mhm,
And this was back, this is a while ago. This is like 20 years ago. And at the time, all she really had was the doctors. She just, it's all she knew. And that's, so she had to go with what they had. And
mm,
they did something to her where, um, she has to, take like like a medication, and she has to take it every day.
mm.
Like, yeah, like has to take it in order, like she can't, I don't know if she'll ever be able to, I don't know if she'll ever be able to stop taking it or not. But at the time that was,
Yeah. If she finds a very good naturopath, I'm sure
mm-hmm,
that
yeah,
they can probably look into that. I have
mm-hmm,
a friend that has a thyroid problem, and her naturopath has given her a natural remedy, and it
mm-hmm,
has gone back to place. And so now she's not using anything anymore. But we went
good,
to a session, and all of a sudden, and she was saying that she wasn't having any experiences during the session, but all of a sudden she had like a light here on her throat. And I said, but
mm-hmm,
that's your thyroid. And so there was a healing going on there anyway, or something was going on there on her thyroid, where she
good,
had for many years had this.
yeah,
So maybe your mother could find a way there.
yeah, I think she's working on it.
Mm,
I mean, she's okay. It's
mm,
just, it was part of her path, though. It was actually part of her path.
mm,
What happened to her was part of what she was supposed to experience. But it's just it's just strange. But
yeah, and we
I'll
don't have
bring.
it. Sorry?
Oh, I was just going to say when you talk about the doctors, I one of the questions I'm going to ask is kind
Yeah.
of pertaining to the not to my thyroid, but
Mhm.
I've kind of asked this already, but I'm going to ask again.
Yes, it's never enough.
So I I have always had issues with lumpy like breasts, like like lumps and cysts and things in my breasts,
Mhm.
ever since I was a teenager, and I've been through the ringer with doctors as far as that goes. I've actually had two surgeries where they took out like little lumps, and they weren't cancer or anything. They weren't anything harmful. But the first time they took one out, it was a long time. It was a long time ago, and back then that's just kind of what they did. They just cut everything out. So they cut it out, and I had another one removed 3 years ago, and I was guided to do it. I was guided to go ahead with the surgery, but I'm I still have the ongoing issues, and I'm supposed to go next week and get one of those mammograms,
Mhm.
which I hate. I hate those things.
Yeah, they're not very respectful. No.
No, not at all. And so I've been having some worry about it because I have some lumpy areas. So of course I've been doing a lot of self-healing and giving myself Reiki and healing, and I have been told that I don't have anything to worry about. You know, that it's not something to worry about, but it's still nagging at me. And now that I know I'm going for the test, I'm thinking, oh boy, okay, so I get a mammogram, and then they're going to tell me that they're too, they always pull the thing where they say, your breasts are too dense, so now we have to go and get an ultrasound. They always do this to me, like every time. They always do this to me. It's like I'm like, oh, here we go again. And I just don't want to go into that cycle of, okay, you get an ultrasound, now let's do this. I don't want it to go down that road. I would like it to be like, okay, here's the tests. We don't see anything you need to worry about. Go on about your business. I don't want to have to go through all that crap again of specialists and this and that. And I just don't want to do it this time. I just don't want to do it this time. So just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing, and that it's okay to get the mammogram, and make sure I don't have anything to be concerned about. That's all, really. Just to make sure I'm following the right steps. I think I am, but I'm second guessing myself a little
just
bit.
if there is anything better that you can do, if
Right.
there's just some road that you can pursue that can give you more awareness, can build more awareness into you. I think that's a very good question, because you want to be just very cautious and respectful and just not go too far in one way or on the other without being aware that you're doing the best for you. Do you, because what I've been told is that in this area of our body, attached to the ribs, whilst in here we have all muscles, so we can twist and turn, and so all this inner tissue does move around, and all the inflammation and everything, our legs and the back and the glutes. But here, this where we have our thoracic part and the ribs, it's all very attached to the ribs, and so we do need to like move this area, have the fluids, because otherwise they tend to become rigid.
That's what I think.
It's very important to massage yourself, even in the morning when you get up, your armpits and your breasts, and just get all the fluids that are inside, which we have around each organ. We have what is called fascias. Have you heard of the fascias?
Yeah.
So interesting. They cover each bone, each organ, each muscle, each vessel, and they are like, it's a glue, and they help the tissues to slide between one another, and they're connective tissue, and they're connected to all the nervous system as well. So they connect to the brain, and they give information to the brain. And this part is a difficult part that is attached and does not move. So one thing that is very good is to daily just get loving, real loving, because it's all love area. These are the claviculas, are love bones. And even here to massage inside, under. Feel all this and massage it inside here, and massage, and just lovely massaging here like that, and just letting all the
get it moving,
breaking the glue, because it's all very sticky, and it gets stickier as time goes by. So when you massage it, you're like moving again the tissue, and it's like recreating, smoothness. So that's what they're teaching me at my teacher yoga training, and
that's good.
So you can find a lot of information on YouTube, and it's very interesting that it's just, and I just had a training this morning at 10 a.m. before meeting you with the anatomist yoga teacher, and I was telling her I was interested in the fascia, and then someone asked a question on the thoracic part, that of understanding how it works. And she was saying that this thing, the sternum, also the sternum here, so we have the ribs, and then the end part of the rib is cartilage. In the cartilage, they are there because they are flexible, but in a way, when they break, it's a problem. The scar will always remain. The bone has blood going through it, so when it puts back together, it gets healed. So we have the ribs, and then we have the cartilage to make the ribs flexible, and then we have the sternum, which is all bone, and all this part here is quite hard onto the tissue, and we never do anything really.
That's true. We don't move it.
No, and if you do stretching things, that what they explain to us, that the stretching creates the opposite reaction, because muscles are not really meant to be forced in a stretch of, and so if you tend to stretch, the muscle will give the information, hey, no, you're pulling me, and they tend to go back in. So the best thing you can do, and so we tend to then end up, closing, and so and curling. So the best thing is just to be relaxed, very relaxed, and just massage this area.
Okay,
And
I'm going to start
when you
doing
lie in
that.
bed, and your side, you just
Yeah.
come down here up to
Okay.
all your side down to the rib, just as if you're moving it from the rib cage. You're moving it, and you see, you feel all the tissue and
Yeah.
everything moving around the rib, and that's very good. And the sternum, just all the
Good.
sternum. Yeah. If you do that,
Okay.
for, every morning, or when you feel like, just waking up or going to bed, especially when you wake up, because it seems like at nighttime, these interstitial fluids with the collagen become hard. That's why we wake up with a hard back, because they fill up with all the liquid, which is good. It's positive, and so they're so filled up and turgid with the liquid that then we feel that it's all hardish. But then it's also good to loosen, to loosen it up,
Okay.
to do this work here on the thoracic part.
Okay.
That's
I
interesting.
like that. I'm
Yeah.
going to do that.
Yeah, and they were talking about the lumps, in fact, and
Yes.
having these. They were
Yes.
saying about this. It's funny that
Uh-huh.
we meet just after.
Yes.
You see, that's why
Yeah.
we had to have our meeting today.
Exactly. That's right.
How amazing!
Isn't that great? That's great.
Amazing.
Okay. Absolutely. I will start doing that. That makes
Yeah,
perfect sense to me.
right. And
It
just
does.
you're saying just to send love, and I said to her, the
Yeah.
claviculas are connected to love. And another work
Mm-hmm.
I did back in with a French teacher, and she said it's amazing that you're saying this, because she was
Yeah.
actually saying to bring all love here in recognizing all these parts, and these bones are connected to
Mm-hmm.
expression of love, the clavicular. So that's
Yeah. Beautiful.
yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. I have instructions to do that.
Well,
Absolutely. I think
you ask you ask if
yeah,
that if you feel that
I
really is
will. Yeah. I think
um
that's good.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we should ask. Let's ask about that too. Absolutely.
Yeah, and also they gave me a name of a quantum healer. She said that she was diagnosed. She's very young, this yoga teacher. That she was diagnosed a heart disease, and that she could, she had to just slow down all of her life. She wasn't able to going to be able to follow her children. Her lifestyle was completely going to have to change. And so she was desperate, very young, and she called this quantum healer in New Zealand. And I can send you his website. And he started with this something Gordon through quantum healing, but now he's advanced his experience. He's older, the man, and she says that now he just heals her over the phone, basically.
Wow.
All her family, her parents, everyone's gone to him, and what he does is he can heal areas. So he can see that the viruses that even and that's true. I know that from Italy. Also, I had a doctor that had a way of testing the viruses. You can't see them with any kind of blood test or anything. Some viruses you can't see, and so he can find that area. And because you might have the virus in this area and you don't know, but it's pulling you, it's hurting you, and there's a consequence on your knee and this and that. So
Mm-hmm.
he does these healings. And
Wow.
yeah, so eventually, if you ever, I'll give you
Yeah.
his name so you can just look him up in his
Yeah.
website and just have a feel for him. But it seems very interesting, and I think that
Yeah, it does.
I will call him definitely for
Yeah, that sounds very
yeah,
interesting. Yeah. Just to even if for nothing else,
to know about it.
to see his work and know about. Yeah, absolutely.
It's
Mm-hmm.
very, very interesting. In fact,
Yeah.
so this is an experience of someone that went to doctors and that they said, "Kaput, your life finished," and she found her way around it.
Good.
Mm,
Good for her.
yeah.
Good.
Do you want to take a little pee or something, and we'll just get back in
Yeah. We'll
10
take a
minutes?
little break. Yeah, go to the bathroom, go to the
Okay.
toilet. Yeah. I don't need long. Let's go
No,
to the bathroom, get a
okay.
drink.
Back. Yeah, I'll get myself some water also for the session.
Okay.
Very good.
Sounds
See you in
good.
a short while.
All right.
Bye.
Be right back. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Stretch it. Stretch it. Yes. Excuse me. Oh.
I had a little lunch ready. Everything good?
Yeah,
Good.
good.
I was
Just
hot.
turning down the lights a little bit.
Yeah.
I had those bright lights on. Turn those off. Okay. Get that going there. Oh. I was trying to think of some questions.
What's that, Lilith?
I was trying to think of some questions to ask.
Is there anything that you would like to specifically ask
Um,
that comes to your heart, your mind?
let's see here. Let's see. I think besides the breast issue, I do have one kind of practical question to ask. I just want to know if I should sell my car off or not. I've been thinking about selling it and downsizing to just having one vehicle. See if we can get by with just one vehicle. That might be a
Solution.
solution, maybe. Yeah. Um, let's see. Is there anything else that's going on that? I'm just thinking personally. Anything else that is on my mind that I haven't really addressed lately? Oh, I do have another question. I don't know if he's even alive, but I've wondered lately if I should try to make any contact with my biological father, the one that I spoke about. I've never had any contact with him. And I've wondered lately if I should. He might not even be alive. I mean, I don't even know if he's alive, but just a thought that's crossed my mind a few times lately. That's just, a part, at least in my, at least biologically, a part of me that's missing, and I'm sure that he could have had some other children as well. That's definitely something that's crossed my mind lately.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
It makes sense. It really does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Biologically as well, and if there are things for you that can
Mm-hmm.
from
Yeah.
since you haven't seen him since you were a little
Mm-mm.
child, you've never seen him.
No, I think there was just one time I saw him, but it was from afar. My mom pointed him out to me. I don't know where we were. She was like, there's your dad, or his name was John, but John Sullivan is his name, but that was it. Yeah, I never wanted to seek him out for a long time.
Why? Do you know why?
I kind of felt like, because I just knew, since I had my mom's side of things, I didn't have very much respect for him, and I never felt like I wanted to entertain a relationship with someone who could be abusive, and I just always felt like I didn't want to go there. Like, I just felt like it was a bad idea.
Yeah. You were also protecting yourself probably, and as you say,
Mm-hmm.
you chose your mother's side in a way, and you grow
Yeah.
up and you see
Yeah.
it in a different way.
Yeah. So I don't know. It crosses my mind. So I think I should ask. You
I
never
think
know.
it's a very good question.
Yeah.
I,
But
I
he could be gone. I don't know. He could be gone for all I know. I don't, because he was older than her. Um,
Yeah, but he wasn't much older because he was in his 20s when he had you, right?
yeah. 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 I just wonder, if he maybe continued drinking
Mm.
heavily, if he,
Managed to, yeah, come out of that.
hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah. So,
That's
yeah.
good. That's one. And do you think that there's still some other question about you feel that you're very much in the flow, or you feel like because there's like
Um,
inner world and your outer world, so your
mm-hmm.
work and all that. So outside it's the breast
Um,
tissue and the car and other
I
outside.
think, maybe I'd like to get, an update on, if possible, maybe an estimate of how much longer it'll be before I can pull away from the like the 3D job, so to speak, where I can move into more of a, move more into healing work and spiritual work, and not have to, do these part-time jobs to get by. Maybe if there's some kind of timing on that, there may not be, but be nice to know if there was. Yeah. Just what direction I'm heading in. I'm heading in the right way, I feel like.
Mhm.
Just wondering how long, before things really shift more, so we can maybe move forward some more with what we're really here to do.
Okay. And about Travis, is there anything that you feel I mean, you do meditate and you do have your connections, but since we're here also through this wonderful experience, maybe that you could
Um,
something for Travis that comes to your mind of what's going on there and
yeah. Kind of ask, maybe just kind of ask, like where he's at and right now with all of this. Maybe maybe where he's at, how he's feeling with all of this, and maybe if there's anything that I could do or he could do right now to,
good.
yeah, to move forward for himself.
Wonderful. Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you. A wonderful question. Yes. Anything you, um, Lilith?
Excuse me. Energy's clearing out.
That's very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, so the breasts, Travis, the car, my path.
Yeah.
I think there's anything else at the moment that I can think of. Oh, there is something else.
Good.
Um, so I know I had mentioned to you, I'm going tomorrow to
Yes. The
do
healing.
some work on, yeah, the little dog, and maybe I could try to ask what exactly is going on with her, to find out for sure, because there's some question. So she's a little dog, and she all of a sudden, this happened like all of a sudden. It's like something's wrong with her back, and she's in a lot of pain. And they took her to be checked out, and I know they did X-rays and tests and things, and they can't seem to decide if she just injured herself somehow, or, and then they even tried to say maybe she has like a disc disease, this little dog. And I thought, that doesn't sound, I don't want it to be that. I hope that's not the case. So maybe just kind of what's going on with her. Maybe we could get some insight. Then
Yeah.
maybe I could help her more.
Absolutely. Yes. I think that. Yeah.
Poor little
Because the
thing.
timelines are all together. You're
Mhm.
working from your future to here. Yes.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
What's the name of the puppy? Do you know?
Her name is Minnie.
Minnie.
Yeah.
So she's
Yeah,
Minnie.
she is Minnie. She's little. She's like a little she's a mix. She's like a dachshund, or
Mhm.
like what they call a wiener dog, but she's mixed with like I don't know what else is in there. Maybe like a chihuahua or
Ah.
min little pincher or
Oh
something.
wow.
She's
Lovely.
not she's not very big, but she's very, yeah, she's full of energy, and it's so heartbreaking. I mean, she likes to jump and run and play, and now she's in so much pain. Yeah. So hopefully can figure something out for her. Sweet little, poor little thing.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah.
This is a great thing.
Yeah.
Anything else you think? We're at number 6. Is number 6 the amount of numbers of questions or
Excuse me.
no?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that's good. Yeah, I feel like that's good. Yeah,
wonderful.
good amount. Yeah.
Easy, simple, very clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
great.
good. Hopefully my throat won't start. If for some reason, every time I have one of these sessions, the energy when it starts to starts moving and clearing, my throat will starts clearing a lot. So if I start doing that and coughing and stuff, it's just the energy. For some reason, that's the way it comes out. I don't know why it does that, and it's already starting.
Yeah.
It does that every time.
Do
It's
you have
strange.
water and do
I
you
do have some water here, so
and
if I
does
need it.
another pillow maybe is it if you like
Yeah,
further up could that help you
yeah.
a bit?
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna lay down and kind of see.
Yeah, let's see. And then if it doesn't, then what we do, we'll just interrupt a minute and try and see if you can fix the pillow to make you feel a bit better maybe.
See here.
Let's see what happens. I mean,
Try
if it has to clear and it has to happen, that's for the good. So we will just let it happen.
Yeah, it's funny. Let's see if I can do 2 pillows. See how that feels. That might not be bad. Do 2 pillows here. It's not bad.
Yeah, because maybe being more
Yeah.
vertical, it goes down, it doesn't come up.
Yeah. Instead of, yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, that's good.
So we'll
That'll be
start
good.
with our procedures by asking
Oh.
you before you close your eyes if you can just look around the room and describe what you see
Yeah,
in the bedroom.
of course. Okay, so hmm. So right above my head is the ceiling fan and the lights. It's moving around still, and you can see the shadow of it on the ceiling. And all of the walls here are like a light, not white, but kind of like a cream color or like a neutral color.
Yeah.
And in front of me, I see I'm looking at a closet where our clothes are hanging in a chest of drawers. I can see the door to the room and smoke detector on the wall. And then I've got on my left, the wall that's on my left, there's a large tapestry, and it's like it looks like the stars, like you'd be looking at the cosmos, kind of like a scene from kind of like an outer space scene.
Lovely, that's what we need.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. And then over on my right side, there's a photo of a photo from my wedding, actually. Photo of us that a lot of people signed around the picture. And the curtains, there's some like gray curtains. The blanket here, which just got some flowers on it. And that's really it. Pretty simple in here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So now we can proceed to close your eyes and just become aware of your breath, not forcing it in any way, just feeling the breath entering your body, going where it needs to go and releasing. Just all your body, your lungs, hugging your heart. And so we'll go to describing different scenes. And the first scene that I will ask you to describe, if you remember it, is to describe your first home from the outside. Do you remember the first home of your childhood?
Yeah, I do.
Do you want to describe it?
Yeah. So, the very first home I remember us moving into was actually it's actually an apartment, and standing in front of it, it's just it's a 2-story building, and there's an apartment on the bottom and then an apartment on the top. And it looks like maybe kind of yellow on the outside, like a yellow color. And it looks like, I want to say like stucco
Yeah,
material
kind
on
of.
the outside.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like a plaster.
Yeah, like a plaster. Yeah. And I can see like a yard in front of it, like a small lawn. And in front of each, on the bottom and the top, like in front of each apartment, there's like a porch.
Nice.
Yeah. Just looking around. And it looks like it's fairly close to the other buildings that are on the street. Like the buildings don't have a lot of space in between them. Yeah, that's really all I see from outside.
Wonderful. And are there plants that you remember?
Seems like there's maybe some trees around. Like a tree in the yard right next door, and a few trees maybe like lining the street there, and maybe even some behind the building. Not a lot of plants really stick out though, just grass and trees mostly. Yeah.
Wonderful. And so let's go more on a close-up. Can you describe better the entrance from the porch, or what you see in the entrance of this home?
Yeah. So our entrance was there's a door on the front of the building, and when you go through the door or open the door, you actually walk up steps to get to the second floor to ours. So it's like a kind of like a hallway with a staircase going up into the apartment area.
I see. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think at the top of the steps is you walk up into the kitchen area, I think, right off the bat. Yeah, pretty sure it's the kitchen.
How old were you here?
Oh gosh, young. It's after they got married, so probably 4 when we moved in there. 4 years old. It's the first one we lived in, and it had it was 2 bedrooms, and had like there was an extra room off of my bedroom that was like a playroom, like toys, like all my toys were in that room. And there was
Wonderful.
yeah,
Yeah, a dream.
yeah, I remember that, having a toy room. And there was a living room area, kitchen, bathroom, and then like a balcony porch
Mhm.
that you walked out onto.
Mm. Okay, wonderful. Do you think this is complete for you? Do you want to, shall we move on to
Mhm. Yeah, we can move on.
scene? Okay. So then always aware of your breath, inhaling deeply and letting go of this scene. Let's just imagine a lovely lemon tree. Can you see this lemon tree?
Yeah,
Do you want to describe it to me as it comes to you?
yeah, it's appearing in front of me like a big, pretty big, tall, big, bushy, lots of green leaves, and I can see lots of the lemons hanging off of it.
Mhm.
Looks pretty full.
Mm. Do you want to pick a lemon and just smell it and touch it
Yeah,
and peel it
absolutely.
and feel the taste of the
I'll
juice?
pick one, and
Yeah.
so it's pick one off, and it's kind of big, a bigger fruit for a lemon anyway.
Mhm.
And I can kind of feel the skin, like it's kind of smooth but also bumpy at the same time on
Mm.
the outside. And if I peel it open, it's kind of like the skin is sort of like dry and kind of sticky, and then like the fruit inside is wet, a little bit sticky itself, kind of juicy in my hands.
Mhm.
It
You want to
smells
taste it?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smells nice. I like the smell of the lemon.
Mm.
Yeah, and I can taste it. Um, just a little piece of it in my mouth. It's really tart,
Mhm.
and makes my mouth kind of water,
Mhm.
pucker, and tart. But I like it. I like the way it tastes. Um, maybe just a tiny, tiny bit sweet.
Mm. Wonderful. Mm. Great. So we can move on to the next scene, always through your breath, a nice deep breath and a long exhale, where we move to a happy moment in your life. Just be there now, the first happy moment that comes to you in this very instant. And if you want, you can describe it.
Yeah. So the first thing that comes up is actually when the day that we got married, um, afterwards, after the wedding, we were on we were like at a resort, and afterwards we had like a little party, a little dinner, and then we went to um, one of the like a bar or like a lounge that was on the resort. There were several, but we went to this one in particular to just have some drinks, and just keep celebrating. It was myself and Travis and my friend Kelly and her partner, and then a couple other friends of ours, Rita and Rob, and I think everyone else, like my parents and his parents, the family, most of them had gone, maybe had gone to bed, and it was just a small group of us at this point.
Mm.
And we were just having so much fun. And I remember the music was playing, and a song came on. Gosh, what was that song?
Mm.
It's a kind of a funny song. It's like a kind of like a hip hop song. I think the words in the song go, I think they say, it takes two to make a thing go right. But the song was playing, and my friend Rob was just so, he was just jolly. And he was singing and dancing, and it was just funny. Everybody was singing and dancing, and it was just so happy, just a happy moment, just to be there, and with Travis and there's that group of friends, and we were just also just no cares and just joy, a lot of joy there in that moment. It was fun.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Lovely seeing. Comes through. Okay, yes, a nice deep breath again, and we'll move along to another day of your life. This time of travel, of a trip, something that was pleasurable in a trip, in an adventure you had in your life. The first thing that comes to your mind, and how to just be there now. There will be a reason for it. You're there.
Yeah. So went to Travis and I went to Cozumel, um, Cozumel, Mexico, and we took a like an excursion, and they took us from the island of Cozumel. They took us to the mainland, and we went to on an amazing adventure, really. First, we went to see some ruins. Went to the city of Tulum. It's a place called Tulum.
Tulum, the temple's beautiful.
We went there,
On the sea.
and we had a beautiful guide with us, and he was very connected to the earth and very spiritual, very awake, and very passionate about the history, the Mayan history, and the culture. He was great to interact with. He took us there. Gosh, he took us a bunch of places. He took us to an actual like a Mayan village that was in like kind of in the jungle. And we hiked back into an area where we went swimming in a sinkhole, like a sinkhole under the ground. And then we actually met a Mayan, like a priest or like a shaman, and he gave all of us a blessing. He had like some kind of incense or something that he was using. He gave all of us a blessing.
Wonderful.
And then we met some villagers, and we actually like ate some food with them. And then we actually moved from there to, we went into the jungle to some ruins, and it's a big city that it's in the jungle still, that they've only uncovered about 10% of it at this point. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Oh gosh, it's not the famous one, but it's another one. I can't think of the name of it right now. But it was in the jungle, and there is a pyramid there. I think maybe the largest one in that country.
Wow.
And you're still allowed to climb it. You're allowed to climb up it. So we actually had to go back in the jungle. It was a long hike. So we were able to get like you could either get a bicycle or you could get like a rickshaw. And they were like rickshaws, and they would take you back through the jungle to this pyramid. And so we went back in this jungle and we climbed the pyramid. And that was amazing. It was hard to it was hard to climb that pyramid.
Yeah.
But it was amazing. It was very deep and steep, and get all the way to the top and just look out above the jungle. It was just an amazing experience, just all the way around, the history and the everything we saw and the people we met. And I remember it was such an intense experience for me personally, that it kind of activated some, it brought up some past life stuff in my body physically, that I ended up having to deal with later to release it. But it actually was acted like a almost like a portal for me, where it activated some past life stuff that had to be cleared out. So it was quite an adventure. It really was.
Yeah, it sounds like very
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. Overall, just an amazing time. And that day in particular was, the best part of it, really.
magic.
Yeah. And just the guides were just too amazing how connected they were. They talked about, the aliens and the Mayans and the Kundalini and they were just amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Wow.
Yeah.
They know about these things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Amazing culture.
Wow. Is there anything else that you looking around and just remembering that you think you should bring up? Just
The only other thing that stands out is on the actual island of Cozumel. They have their own set of ruins that we toured, but they're connected to the goddess. Her name is Ixchel. It's like Ixchel, and we learned quite a bit about her. And they even have a huge statue of her, right, kind of like in the middle of Cozumel. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it was really, really cool. That's it, really. That's the other part that stands out.
Yeah, interesting. Yes, the spirit of the land. Wonderful. Okay. So then we can close this scene if you feel that it's time for it to be closed, and again, connect
Yeah.
deep down breath and a lovely long exhale. And we'll move again to the next scene where you can describe a just a very tasty, tasty meal. Very tasty meal that you've had in a lovely place. The first one that comes to your mind and heart is the one that matters now. Be there now.
So, first thing that comes up is, it wasn't even really the whole meal, but I was in Las Vegas, and we're going to a show. I went to like an Italian restaurant beforehand, and the meal itself, it was good, but I don't really remember it being memorable. What stands out is at the end they brought us this dessert, and this was probably this was a while ago, over 10 years ago. They brought this dessert out, and it was the first time I'd ever had this particular dessert. It was like a it was a little like round, like a chocolate cake,
Mm.
and then it had like just like some ice cream and stuff like on the side of it. But when you like used your fork or spoon, whatever, to get into it, the cake, and the inside of the cake was like a hot chocolate, like not really like syrup, but it was thicker than syrup. But it was like really warm, like a hot cake.
Wow.
And it was so good. Like, it was the first time I'd ever had that before.
Wow.
And it's just like, this is, heaven. I was just like this chocolate cake, and it's warm, and it was just great because I really like chocolate a lot. And it was like this whole new thing for me,
A surprise.
like a big surprise. Yeah. They called it they call them a molten lava cake.
Oh, it sounds like it.
Yeah. It
Wow.
was really good. Yeah.
Oh.
And just the whole the whole experience, we were like in Las Vegas, and having a good time, and just like seeing and experiencing new things. And that was just like, that really did stand out. Definitely became like one of my favorite desserts.
Oh, wonderful to hear
Yeah.
this in Las Vegas. People go there to play cards, and there you are having this wonderful experience with a chocolate
Yeah.
cake and just out of the world. Wonderful.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful. I love it. Okay. So again, we can feel your breath, connect deeply to it. Inhaling and exhaling a beautiful long breath. And then, if you want to connect to an important event, something very important that happened to you in your life, the first one that arises to your heart and mind, be there now.
Interesting. The first thing that comes to mind is my brother getting married. Um, so he's about 5 years younger than me, and he got married before I did, actually, a few years before I did. But that yeah, that day stands out. His wedding, um, some of the event. I was in, of course, I was in the wedding. I was one of the bridesmaids, but and I believe Travis was I think he was one of the groomsmen as well. But it was a kind of a bigger. They kind of had a bigger wedding with all the fancy stuff, bridesmaids and limousines and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it was a good day. Um, but what I guess is standing out for me is seeing him get married um, to the woman that he's married to, the one he married. How beautiful that was, because I really believe that they are, whether they're soulmates or they were contracted to do this together, these soul contracts. He had met her a long time ago when he was a lot younger, and he had kind of that recognition
Mhm.
where he knew. And again, he knew, and it scared him, and he ran away. And he ended up having some problems in his life. He had got some addicted to drugs, like some drug problems,
Mhm.
and went down just a really bad pathway for a while.
Mhm.
And I really believe that when he started to come out of that, he reconnected with her.
Wow.
And I really believe she helped him, really kind of helped save him
Mhm.
in a way. So it was really beautiful to see that, see him so happy and on the right path and healed, and marrying this person who he always knew that that she was his path, and he finally, going down that road. So it was a beautiful thing.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
What a story. And what do you think really touches you about this? I mean, deeply, because it's very deep what you're saying. What touched you
Um,
really?
what touched me the most is willing to her being willing to come in um, at that point
Mm.
and accept him, like unconditionally.
Mm-hmm.
She accepted him for who he was, even though in the past he had ran away from her and was really immature, and I'm sure that hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
And she came in and just accepts him for who he is completely.
Wonderful.
That really is what touches me about it.
It's beautiful. True love.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. How lucky. Lovely. Okay, thank you so much. This is a very lovely experience you shared. Very beautiful. Okay, so we can go close this scene again and go deep into a deeper breath. And you, in a way, you've already anticipated, but I will ask you about a scene, a moment in your life where you felt this unconditional love in your heart. First thing that comes to your heart and mind. Be there now.
First thing is, there was a time when I was younger. I had been dating Travis for mm, gosh, I think it had been about 5 years.
Mhm.
We had been together, and we went through like a rough patch. He was having one of those moments in his life. You know, he was a younger man, um, had been in a serious relationship young, and he was questioning, you know, whether this was the path to take,
Mhm.
you know, whether he was supposed to stay with me or date others, kind of going through that, you know, maybe is she the one thing
Mhm.
at the time. And at the time that went on, it really, really just devastated me.
Mhm.
Um, just really broke my heart.
Mhm.
Um, and we decided to split up, and so he could, you know, I let him go so he could go figure out whatever it is he needed to do.
Mhm.
And we split up, and I moved in with some girlfriends for a while, and he did his own thing, and we just kind of, you know, lived a little separately. But you know, I was so just extremely, extremely distraught, heartbroken.
Mhm.
Um, it was so painful.
Mhm.
It was the kind of like a heartbreak that was physically painful
Wow.
to, yeah, at the time it was just, I couldn't eat, and I like lost a bunch of weight, and just, it was, oh, it was terrible. It was just so sad,
Mhm.
so sad. And some time went by, and I started to, you know, feel better and get stronger, and started to just live my life. And then we reconnected again, and he came back and wanted to reconnect, and you know, decided, you know, so you know, came back with the realization that this is what I want, and this is where I'm supposed to be, and you're the one, and all that stuff. And I after some thought about it, um and some, you know, not entirely trusting,
Mhm.
um i went I went back into it
Mhm.
cautiously,
Mhm.
um because I, you know, was like, you know, you have to be sure, because if you're not sure,
Mhm.
then I don't, you know, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this again. And I was able to work through that, and he was sincere,
Mhm.
and I was able to work through that, and I was able to learn how to forgive,
Mhm.
and it, forgive and learn how to love him unconditionally in that way. Um,
Yeah.
just accepting the humanness
Mhm.
of him, you know,
Mhm.
the being a young man and being unsure. Um, he was very honest about everything,
Mhm.
um, and he did it in the most respectful way I think he could have. And despite how painful it was for me, um, I was able to just really forgive and just really accept him at that point for all the parts that, you know, weren't perfect.
Mhm.
As you know, before that, you know, it was like I was only seeing the perfect parts, you know,
Right.
and that kind of really was a challenge to overcome. To And then we were, after that, we were pretty much inseparable from that point on, for the most part.
Gosh, it was a nice big um, mountain you climbed together.
yeah, it was definitely a lesson that I think we were supposed to go through.
Right.
Yeah, I do now. Now looking at it now,
Mm.
it was important.
Yeah, it gives opportunities. Incredible.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Okay, so we can let the scene go and again open up to a new scene, a moment in your life where you have felt guidance, like a mystical moment, something divine guiding you. Which is the first instance, the first image frame that comes to your heart and mind? Let's dwell on that now.
First thing that comes up is it's an interesting moment. I went to and took a class
Mm-hmm.
on animal healing. Actually, that was when I took that class. I had to drive about an hour away from here, and I had to drive into the country, like into kind of the
Mm-hmm.
country where there's not a lot of development, kind of out in the middle of nowhere, kind of an area
Mm-hmm.
to take this class. In fact, it was held like in this little house, like almost like a farmhouse out in the field, kind of in the middle of nowhere, really. And so I drove out and took this course, and it didn't end until after dark. And so when it was over, everybody departed, and we were parked out. We had to park like out in a field.
Mm-hmm.
So we walked out, everybody got in their car, and everybody started to, kind of leave. And I get in my car, and it won't start. And at this point, I'm looking around, and like everybody's gone. And so I'm out in a field, it's dark, in the middle of nowhere, and my car won't start. So I'm like, oh, great. What am I going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's gone. And I had a cell phone with me, cellular phone. So I called like a tow service, like a triple, it's called AAA. So I called them for help, and the guy said that he would come out, he would come to me, but it was going to be a while because I was way out in the country. So it was going to be up to an hour or so before he got to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, fine. And so I sat and I was waiting in the dark in the car, and kind of sat back and just started looking at this, just looked up at the sky. And up in the sky, there was like this, it looked like a big like ball of light. It was like up in the sky, pretty high up there, like, you'd think it was up maybe where the stars are. I don't know. That's what it looked like. And it was it was a clear night, so it wasn't really cloudy or anything. And so I'm looking at this ball of light, and I'm like, what is this thing? It's not an airplane, and it's not, like any kind of it's not like shining down from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching it, and it starts to like glow, like it would like kind of like gradually like turn itself off
Mm-hmm.
and like disappear, and then also, and then it would just open back up again, and then it kept doing that. And so then I was like sitting there thinking, okay, thinking maybe this is like, is this like some kind of a ship or what is this? Is somebody trying to communicate with me? So I tried to communicate with it, kind of
Wow.
like telepathically.
Yeah.
I thought, well, why not? I'm sitting here. So I was kind of like saying, hey, I can see you, and I see you. Can you like move around? Can you see me? Can you show yourself? And it would like move like back and forth, and like kind of shimmy back and forth for me, and like kind of show me like and blink on and off. It was like communicating with me.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, so I like got out of the car, and I wasn't afraid at all. I had no fear at this point. I
Wow.
got out of the car and kind of watched it for a while, and then finally, I don't know how long this went on, probably for about an hour. The man finally shows up in his tow truck. He pulls up, and he's like, okay, what's going on? And I just tell him it won't start. So he goes and he opens up the hood, and then he didn't do anything to the car. He didn't touch it. He did nothing. All he did was open the hood, and then I get back in it, and that light is still up there. I get back in it, and he's like, okay, I want you to put the key back in the ignition, and then just try to flip it. And I put it in, and it starts right up. And all this time, I have been trying to start it over and over, and it won't start. And it just starts right up. And he just started laughing, and he was like, okay, I didn't do anything. He's like, I've done nothing, and here it is starting. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening. And at that point, I realized that whatever I'm seeing up there, that they were charging whatever it is, or whatever it was charging up the car, I believe.
The batteries.
I believe so, absolutely. So he leaves, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to drive home now.
Mhm.
So I drove it home, and I kid you not, this light, this ball of light, it followed me all the way home.
Wow.
All the way home, I could look like to my left, kind of like out of the driver's side window up at the sky, and it was up there. And it followed me all the way home that night. And then when I got home, it disappeared.
When you
And that
got
was it.
home,
Yeah,
disappeared.
just the craziest thing. Yeah, just poof, it
Wonderful.
was gone. So
Wow.
somebody was watching out for me
Yeah,
that night, for
absolutely.
sure.
No
I'm
wonder people
grateful
are
for
not
that.
scared. Yes, super connected. That's wonderful.
Oh, it was something. Oh,
Yeah, it
gosh.
really was. It was. Wow. Thank you for
Excuse me.
yeah. How's it going? It sounds the
Good.
cough is okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
wonderful.
it's not bad. I actually, and this happened to me last time too. If it's okay,
Yeah,
um, it doesn't usually cause me any trouble. I'm gonna have to get up and go to the bathroom again.
yeah. You want to go now?
Yeah, I better before we move forward.
Yeah, because then now we're just going into more relaxation. So that's
Yeah,
wonderful. Yeah,
yeah,
thank you for sharing all
yeah.
this.
Oh,
A lot.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll just go slow. Okay.
Just deep breaths. Feeling your body. Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, no, it's important that you are nice and comfortable. Absolutely. We need to
Oh,
take care of ourselves, self love.
oh. So the bladder, so it's always wants to do these things at inconvenient times, it seems like.
That's good. It's always a nice cleansing process.
Yes, it is.
Moving around. So wonderful. Okay.
Okay.
So now we'll bring attention to the body. Go back to your whole body and bring awareness to different parts of your body. Just you feel relaxed on your bed, and you feel just all the weight of your body relaxing more and more. And we bring the awareness to your left side of the body. Bring your awareness to the left side of your body. From head to toe, all the left side, shoulder, arm, left side of your trunk, hip, thighs, feet, all left side of your body. And now we shall balance this and bring your awareness to the right side of your body, all the right side of your body, from your head to your shoulder, arm, trunk, hip, and all the right leg to your foot. Bring your awareness to the right side of your body. And we'll go deeper to the muscles. Feel all the muscles relax. All the muscles relax. If there's any tension anywhere, just breathe gently into it and relax all the muscles of your body. And we'll go deeper to the bones of your body. Bring the awareness to the bones of all your body, from the toes, feet, legs, hips, all the spinal cord, ribs, shoulder blades, arms, all the spinal cord, neck area, and the skull, all the bones of your body. And now, from here, you can bring your awareness to any sounds that are outside the building. Any sounds from the outside. And then any sounds in your house. And any sounds in the room. All the sounds will be part of this experience. They will not disturb the session. And you will let my voice, if you will, facilitate and guide you through the session. Is it okay for you?
Yes.
Good, thank you. So, if in any moment, in any deep moment, if there is an interruption in the session, you know that only after 2 terrestrial minutes, you will open your eyes, feeling very relaxed, very rested, and simply click on the link and we'll reconnect from where we left very easily. If anything happens, you will just simply open your eyes and click on the link, and we'll reconnect where we left. Simply and very easily. And now we shall move into the garden, an opening just in front of you. There's a beautiful garden that comes into your vision, and there's a pathway. In this garden, there's a lot that can be discovered and revealed. Are you there now? Can you see this garden and the pathway?
Yes, I can.
Do you want to enter the garden and start walking down the pathway?
Sure.
Yeah.
Um, walking
Yeah.
down the path, and I can see up ahead
Mm-hmm.
in the distance a like a fountain, like a big water fountain. Um, looks like it's pretty large and tall,
Mm-hmm.
and I can see the water coming up out of the top of it and like flowing down into a like a big kind of like a pool around it.
Mm.
It looks white. Like whatever it's made of is white. It's in front of me. I'm sensing there's like lots of rows of different kinds of flowers,
Mm-hmm.
almost like everything's in a row. I see like rows of roses
Mm-hmm.
and sunflowers, all sorts of different colors of like wildflowers everywhere.
Mm.
Um, it's really really pretty. All the colors, and the green around it, and then everything is just sort of surrounding this big fountain, like it's the centerpiece of the garden,
Mm-hmm.
from
So
what I can tell.
it's cultivated. Someone's taking.
Yeah, it does look like that to me. Like
Mm.
it's being taken care of. It looks neat, um, in a lot of ways.
Right. And how about
Yeah.
you? Can you look at your feet? Are you physically there?
Um, let's see here. um, yeah, I can see. Yeah, I see feet there on the ground. Hmm.
Mm.
Bare feet.
Mm.
Hmm. So yeah, I think I'm walking through,
Mm-hmm.
standing here, just taking it all in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Lovely.
nice fountain. It's kind of nice to watch it and listen to it.
Is that where you live? Is that something that belongs to you?
Hmm. No. I don't know if I live here or not, but it's very familiar.
Mm.
Um, I've definitely been in this garden before.
So, is there an event, do you think, around you? Can you see other things happening there? Is there something going on? Or is it only you now?
Kind of look around here. Um, so I'm seeing, maybe sensing there's some birds.
Mm-hmm.
Um, around. Looking to see if there's any other people or anything that stands out. Just kind of walk along here a little bit. I don't think there's anyone else here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm alone here. It feels like just like a peaceful, like a garden that I would go and sit at. Just sit and just be at peace.
Mm-hmm.
I can even see a few benches
Mm-hmm.
to sit on. I'm not really getting that there's anyone else around or there's even anything going on. Just the nature around me.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice and peaceful.
Yeah. So there's no building either around there in the garden, just further around the fountain, any pathway.
So it looks like maybe there's pathways maybe in between the flowers,
Mm-hmm.
like they're in rows, like it's almost like a grid or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see any buildings. I just see from where I'm standing, lots of the flowers go on, like the rows go far around me.
Mm.
And the only other thing I sense in the distance are maybe some trees, some tall trees.
Mm-hmm.
I can see them kind of over the garden.
Mm-hmm. Is this a place that you come to often? You said you know this place.
Feels like it is.
Mm.
It feels like I come here, and I've been here before. Like a place of contemplation and meditation, rest. I think there's been times I have connected with others here
Mm-hmm.
at points.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like almost like a meeting point.
Mm.
It's interesting.
Do you think
But
this place is in another time? Is it on Earth? Is that?
Let's see. It looks Earth-like. It feels like it is. How would I say that? Like it's in a higher plane.
Mm.
Maybe like not on the Earth, but like a higher plane or dimension.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I'm getting. So it's a place. I've definitely been here before. Some kind of place that I go to
Mm-hmm.
for various reasons, whether it's to meet up with a guide or being maybe, or maybe just for myself, like almost like a retreat.
Yeah, it's restorative.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what it feels like. But it definitely feels like it's a higher plane of existence.
Wonderful. And how do you restore here? Is it through the senses, like through the sense and feeling and the vision and the water of the fountain?
Yeah,
How do you
that's
restore?
some of it.
Mhm.
Some of it is the just taking in the the nature, the flowers, the water,
Mhm.
um, the sounds and the life around me. Sorry, there it goes. The I think I have taken I've taken healing from directly from some of these flowers before,
Lovely.
like actually kind of somehow they've connected with me and given me energy and healing before, almost like a almost like I'm have communicated with them
Wonderful.
at points.
Yeah. Do you want to see if there's that experience for you here? To see if you're connecting to the flowers, if
I'll
there's
just
healing for you?
yeah, I'll just kind of I'll walk around here
Yeah,
and
it sounds like
just see
hmm
see what if anything comes out or
Yes, just live that experience. Roses are very healing, as a matter of fact. It's true. Very pure, very connected to saints.
yeah. So um I'm like aware of the smell of the flowers right now,
Hmm.
like the different scents, and the absolutely the like the rose, the scent, the rose scent.
Hmm.
I'm aware of that.
Hmm.
Um, um, I'm focusing on as I'm focusing on the scent and just looking at the flowers. I'm getting. It feels like I'm being given some like it feels like a loving energy from the flowers, like a like they're kind of putting that sending that love into me. That's what it feels like.
Mm.
It's
Lovely.
a soft. It's like a
Mhm.
soft, gentle,
Yeah,
like
it's
a
like,
loving
yeah,
energy.
beautiful. Just be with it. It's like your name, Lilith Rose.
Yeah.
Lovely. Mm.
Hmm. I'm just kind of taking it in,
Yeah,
and
feel that.
it feels good,
Hmm.
and kind of all encompassing. Hmm. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it in my body right now.
Mm.
Um, Feeling like a sensation of almost, gosh, what is that sensation? Like a I don't know if I call that a tingle. It's like I can feel a sensation under my skin.
Oh, wow.
Um, maybe it's just the energy, the way it's like I can feel my skin like pulsating or something. Um, Almost like I want to get like a chill, like a shiver,
Hmm.
but not quite.
No,
So,
no. Yeah,
yeah.
like nearly an electrical kind of pulsation. Some.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Electric. Yeah. That's so good. That's a good way to describe it.
It's very connected to the skin, what you're saying. Very true.
Hmm.
There is
Yeah.
polarity work there. Wonderful. Wow.
So I'm feeling it on my legs
Mm-hmm.
and knees and arms, um, my chest.
Mm.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So now it's calmed down now.
Wow.
So I think it's yeah, it's pulling back now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah.
Wonderful. Gosh, thank
Yeah.
you, Garden. Thank you, Roses.
It's
Wow.
beautiful. Yeah.
Blessing. Wonderful.
Hmm.
So you have a special place to go to.
Yeah, it's a good place.
Hmm.
Yeah. So healing and peaceful.
Is there anyone there for you now, do you think? Can you feel anything, sense, see a body of light, uh, presence around you there? Is is it a time for a meeting now or maybe not?
Hmm. No, um, I don't think so. Not yet. It
Hmm.
doesn't feel like there's anybody stepping forward at the moment.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think it I got I think that's what I was needed was to come for that at this time.
How lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was it.
Great. So do you feel like you're walking out of this garden? Are you moving along?
Let's see here.
Hmm.
Um I actually feel like I'm rising up
Oh,
and
okay. Let
it's
us.
like I'm starting to float up is what I feel
Yes,
like.
let's do that.
Yeah.
Float. Yes, that's wonderful. Let's just float and then be transported and cradled and feel safe and protected in this floating, going further up and up and up and floating, feeling very light, very safe. And you know where you're going. You're just trusting your knowingness, and you are cradled up and up and up. Very light. You're very light. It's a swinging to and fro. You're very high up, up above the clouds now, and further up. How are you feeling? Everything is fine?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything's fine.
Are you looking up? Are you looking down?
I feel like I'm looking down.
Okay. Do you want to?
I can see the clouds and just very faintly whatever's below there. I don't know exactly what it is. Just kind of floating above here, like I'm drifting.
Yes. Okay. Just let's continue with this soft drifting and swinging and feeling all the trust and the experience that is accompanying you to continue to float and travel and drift. And there's a point where you'll start slowing down and going down and going further down and drifting, feeling very safe. Even if you're going to land, it's going to be very safe, soft landing, peaceful into a lovely spot. You're nearly there, landing now. You are, and you have landed. You feel something under your feet, maybe, and you feel the space, you sense the environment around you. It's telling you things. Can you see, feel colors? Do you have any sensation?
Let's see here. Okay.
Let it come as it comes.
Yeah, there's some so I'm seeing the some ground. It looks very light colored, very like a light, almost white ground. Like maybe that's sand, like a white sand on the ground. And I can see it's definitely someone standing here. I'm trying to decide, is it me or am I looking at someone?
Try and look at your feet and see if you can see your feet.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to focus in to see the feet. Yeah, so there's feet. And looking, they look kind of like a human foot, but they look wide and they look like a wide foot, like wide kind of flat foot. It does look pretty human, but it almost looks like they're wide and flat and kind of almost like stumpy or something. Like,
They sound like very stable.
yeah, they do. So I'm going up a little. There's some, I do see like the legs that are also seem kind of, they thicker, like a thicker, sturdy leg, like a wider
Mm-hmm.
leg. I'm getting the sense of like being kind of shorter and stout, kind of
Mm-hmm.
like kind of thick and stout, but not very, maybe not very tall.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of look up and see what else I see here. Okay, so now I'm looking at again, the arms and the hands are like, they look kind of human, but they're kind of wide and thick. And am I wearing something? It seems like I'm wearing something. Almost like maybe there's some short pants, um, like a short that maybe goes to the knee.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a shirt. It's like kind of maybe like a short sleeved shirt. It looks pretty basic. This seems basic, plain, almost maybe brown or something, like a tan or a brown color. I'm feeling, feeling kind of, trying to feel if I'm male or maybe like, this is odd. This is an odd body.
Yeah.
I can't tell if I'm male or female. This is strange.
It will
I feel
come.
like I could go either way.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel, I don't know if this is even, I mean, it looks kind of human. It looks, almost looks like a cartoony, like I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking of like a Fred Flintstone or something. um Kind of feel like it's my body, like I'm wide and stout and stumpy. um Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange.
Interesting. Yeah.
mm.
And how about the environment around you? Do you have utensils? Do you feel the white of the sand and that there's
Mm.
vegetation or there's rocks, there's the sea?
Let's see here.
Hmm. Are your clothes made out of leather or is it fabric?
The clothes are, the clothes feel like they're made out of a fabric. Um, Feels like kind of a rough fabric.
Uh-huh.
Um, Almost like a rough, I almost want to say like burlap or something. So it feels like, kind of a rough material.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting kind of a vision of in front of me, out in the front of me, I'm seeing what looks like it's like a little structure, it's a stone. It looks sort of like a little dome hut or something, but it looks like it's made of stone.
Mm-hmm.
Looks very primitive here. I'm seeing like the stone structures and not a lot of vegetation. The sand on the ground. It seems like there's just a lot of stone and rock around.
Ah, okay. Is it mountainous?
Hmm, that's a good question. You kind of see if I can go out, look out farther. Um, there could be some mountain, like, yeah, in the distance. I do see in the distance tall, what looks like mountains.
Mm.
It's like I'm almost in a, I don't know if this is like a valley, maybe? It seems like maybe it's a valley. It's all out in the distance. There's mountainous, but then it's like I'm in the middle of it, but it's very barren.
Are there other stone domes, dome huts around you, or are you the only one there, or you can see that there's others around, close by, further away? Anyone busy in domestic activities around you?
There are others, yes. I do see some other of these types of structures. Um, I'm guessing these are living quarters,
Mhm.
and perhaps this is like a little community or a little small village of some kind.
Mhm.
Looking around for others and just kind of seeing what might be happening. So I see some others in the area. I see some of them, looks like they're working with some of this rock. It's like they're beating on it, and
Mhm.
they're like hammering at it. They're like rubbing rocks together, and um, if they're trying to, it looks like some of them are using these different kinds of rocks for different things. What are they trying to do over there? I see one person like taking a rock and like they're pulling it back and forth um, over top of like across like a bigger rock, like they're trying to maybe they're trying to break something up, or um, maybe that's a way to yeah, I don't know if they're trying to grind something up, maybe if
Mhm.
they're grinding something, um,
Mhm. You mean for food? Like,
maybe for food. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what they're doing. I see them like grinding back and forth.
like a stone mill?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can see somebody doing that. And yeah, it really kind of looks like a very kind of a domestic like scene. People moving about, um, grinding. Maybe they're trying to get some food together.
Mhm.
I see some people, if we are people, I'm still not sure, moving through with, looks like they're carrying perhaps, I'm seeing like somebody carrying what looks like a bucket,
Mhm.
maybe like a bucket of water, um, carrying some rocks, even moving rocks. Um, like they're building more structures.
Are
Seems
there
like
bigger structures?
yeah, like they're making more structures with rocks. Off in the distance, some more, I don't know if they're making more maybe places to live.
Mm. Is it like a community hall, something that you see bigger for everyone, or is it all small dome homes?
It looks like it's all these small,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, little domes everywhere.
And,
I don't see anything bigger.
and who are you that can you feel what you are doing there? What is your role and purpose here?
Hmm.
Do you have family?
Hmm. Um, I'm getting the sense that there is someone else that I live with in this structure.
Mm.
There's at least one other person, one other. Um, hmm. So I think the other is male.
Mhm.
Maybe I am female. I
Mhm.
just feel so, I don't know. I
Mhm.
feel so, I think I'm female, but I just feel so like bulky and just so odd. This is just an odd feeling body. I think there's another, yeah, there's a male here. Um, I would say this is my partner or maybe a husband or something
Mhm.
in this dwelling.
Mhm.
Um, trying to see if there's anyone else. Hmm.
Are there any animals?
Good question. Animals. Actually, when you say that, I look out. I get the sense that there's like an elephant-like creature out here.
Mm.
Huh. Elephants.
Yeah.
That's what they remind me of.
Mhm.
Um, they just sort of seem to be kind of uh, near everyone, but kind of on their own. Um, I
They're not,
don't get the sense that they're owned or anything.
okay,
That
so you
they're,
don't feel like they're domestic.
yeah, I don't think that they're necessarily domestic, that maybe they are kind of free, but but they are near us. We're not, if there's no, I guess, no fear or
Mhm.
it's just like a coexistence. That's what it feels like a coexistence.
Mhm.
They're there, we're here. Um, I don't think I live with anyone else. I'm not sensing any other um, any other beings that I live with, and I feel like we we're sort of living just a really simple, very simple existence here. It seems rough. Um, Everything's very simple. Maybe our whole, everything we're doing is for our survival.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Eating and having food, having water, um, building. It seems like it's all about just survival.
Okay. Is there a language?
Hmm. Let's see here. Um, it seems like there is a communication.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it seems very almost like it's not like there's words. It's almost like it's sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
How?
like a primitive set of sounds, like
Mm-hmm.
different tones of grunts and things like that. It seems like that's how everyone's communicating to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a language, though. I mean, they're understanding each other.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange.
And
Yeah.
the atmosphere, how do you feel it? Like, is it quite peaceful? Is it a bit, can it be rough and dangerous? How do you feel here?
It feels it feels like a hard life.
Mm.
It feels like everything it's tough to exist here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's not easy. And it feels like it's just what we know. Um, I don't feel a sense of, like, I don't feel sad or mad or angry or anything. Um, I also don't necessarily feel happy either.
Mm-hmm.
It just sort of feels like this rough, it's not an easy life.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough existence just to
Mm-hmm.
have, just to survive. There's no, it's so barren and so
Mm-hmm.
like there's no resources.
Okay. Is there like a chief that you can feel? Like, is there someone, a hierarchy or a chief or like a kind of guide or
Hmm. Feel around here.
can you see families with children? How you feel for children?
Um, I don't see a lot of children.
Mm.
Um, there might be a few. It seems like it's mostly adult type beings.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm trying to get a sense if there's someone that's like sort of like in charge of this operation here. So there might be a, yes, someone that's kind of like a leader of some kind, who has kind of brought us all here together. Maybe we, I don't know if we followed him, this person here, maybe. I feel like, I feel like, it's like a sense of, like a sense of, this little community, this leader is sort of like it provides some safety of some kind. It seems like it's providing some safety from something. Maybe, I don't know if what we're, trying to be safe from, but I'm getting a sense of safety from this individual. And maybe they are delegating some tasks out, as far as maybe building some structures, and everybody kind of doing a part for the survival. Everybody seems to have a part, in order to keep everybody going here. It's just,
So
yeah, it's
organized. There is an organization that is actually functioning. It works.
yeah. It seems like there's some organization here. It's I'm wondering if this is like if this is an Earth scene, or if this is somewhere else.
What do you feel?
I almost wonder, I kind of am feeling like this is maybe not the Earth at this point. It doesn't feel like it to me. And this like form that I'm in is so odd, to me. It just doesn't it just does not feel comfortable. I feel like I'm walking around in a big fat suit or something, like a Michelin suit. I just feel like I'm heavy duty.
So, gosh, do you know what you're eating there? What is it that you eat?
Looks like they're grinding up. What are they grinding up? So they must have gotten some kind of it looks like some kind of a plant material from somewhere. It looks like,
Cultivated. Do you see cultivation nearby or no?
I don't. This space looks very barren. So I don't know if someone's traveling to get this. These plants look dry and they look dried up, like a dried up, maybe what wheat would look like a dry piece of wheat, and they're like grinding it up, making it into like a powdery substance, and like making like looks like they're making like some kind of a bread or something with it, mixing it with some water or some kind of a liquid, and yeah, making like a bread or that's what it looks like to me, like what you would think of like a pancake or a bread substance. It looks like that's what we're eating a lot of here. I just don't know where these plants came from. I'm guessing someone had to go get them from somewhere.
Is there anyone that you feel that you know from this life that you recognize there?
Let's see. Scan around. No, no one's really standing out to me. No, familiar wise. I know I'm getting the so I'm getting the sense that how I said I could see mountains in the distance.
Yeah.
That, so they're all around us, and we're in the middle of them. And it's the mountains too are providing a protection for us. Being in this valley is providing a protection. It feels like this is like a safer place for us to be in this, wherever we are here.
And do you have like water shortage, or because you saw a bucket of water, with the water you're okay? You've got all that you need. The feeling is that you have food and water, or that you have to be like careful?
I feel like we have it, but it's a struggle to get it.
Okay.
We're having to go long distances to get what we need. Water, food.
Right. So
Yeah,
you
it's a trek.
close to these resources.
Yeah, we're far. We're far from the resources, but for some reason, we're in this area for protection of some kind.
You feel there are other tribes, maybe, or animals that...
So let's see, maybe on the other side of the mountains. What's on the other side?
It seems like you recently arrived here because you're still building stone domes. So
yeah,
it hasn't been that long.
Yeah. So I'm getting the sense that maybe there are other beings, or other beings of some kind that we are hiding from, protecting ourselves from. In this is like such a remote area that it's a good place to hide and stay. It's hard to get to. It feels like a survival situation, where on the other side of all that, there are others that we're hiding from, running from.
So
for some reason.
they're a threat. Are they like, do you feel that they're like you, or that they are different?
I feel like they might be different than us. Getting a sense of just a whole different, maybe a whole different type of being
Mm.
from us. We seem kind of a strange, like humanoid type body, but I'm guessing that whoever we're running from is not. They're, and just kind of sensing like a, gosh, like a, what I see is like a dark, like a dark, how do I describe it? Like some kind of a species that's, they even look dark, like they're like a dark color, not humanoid, more something else,
Mm.
something more animal like. Yeah, something more animal like they would hunt us or something.
They would hunt you.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah. Yeah. There's some sort of, I don't know what they are, but it's like they were hunting us. Um, some kind of a creature of some kind. Definitely feels, I, it doesn't feel good. It feels like we're definitely, I'm afraid, I feel afraid of
Mm.
whatever they are. I feel afraid of
Mm,
them.
mm, 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 mm. Okay. Shall we continue and move a bit forward in this lifetime to see what happens to the tribe if they have to move along, if they can overcome this, what happens to
Um,
to your group? Do you feel like doing that? Just drifting and going further?
sure, we can go further and see
More
if something
years?
else comes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Um, so feel like now
Mm-hmm.
um, I'm actually not in that valley anymore.
Mm.
I'm feeling like I'm perhaps up in the mountains. I'm feeling like I'm up in the mountains. It feels like a more cooler, um, more vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, definitely some, rocky areas though. I think I'm up in the mountain now. And
Mm-hmm.
what's going on here? I'm feeling like a lot of time has passed,
Mm. Right.
and whatever where we're hiding from, whomever, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling like it's not maybe a threat anymore, and we've been able to move on, move up,
Mm-hmm.
and this is a much nicer environment here. It's not so just plain and barren. There's actually trees, and we're like close to a water source here. There's like there's like a stream or something close to it. And still living simply, still living like I want to say we're living kind of like maybe in a mountain. I don't know if these are like maybe caves or something, but it feels much easier, much lighter than it did. It feels like a bit of an easier existence. Everyone seems happier. We're not struggling so hard now.
Oh, wow, wonderful.
And I'm thinking, I'm just looking around. I think now that there's up here, there are more children now. Yeah. More children around. That's nice. I think maybe I have a child now. I'm seeing like a smaller childlike being here with me. And we're just kind of going about our day here. Just doing domestic things. It's still a very simple life, but feels much happier and much more peaceful. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Trying to figure out why the threat is gone. What has happened? So it seems like someone, maybe I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was a battle, but it seems like someone was able to eliminate the threat. And these creatures, they don't hunt us anymore.
Was it your group, or was it somebody else that freed you from them?
I don't think it was us. I think it was someone else. Someone else did this. I don't know if it was specifically to help us, maybe, or it could be to help us. Someone came and helped. Just not getting a picture of who it is, or but that's the sense I'm getting. That we were assisted. I don't get the sense that this group are the ones that did any fighting or battling or anything like that. Doesn't seem like we're that type of people.
Right.
Or beings. I'm not sure if we're people still.
So can you still get a feeling if you're on a planet Earth, or like, is there You know, some planets have more moons, more sun, this
Yeah.
different sky at night.
Let's see.
Do you
It's just, hmm.
can you see like the same moon that we have, the same sun, the same size of the sun, or the size of the moon? Does it feel that it could be on Earth or somewhere else?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like Earth.
Okay.
Um, it's Earth-like,
Mhm.
just the from what I've seen, just the way that nature looks.
Mhm.
Um, I'm just looking up. I'm looking up at the skies and just seeing what it looks like. But I'm just kind of looking around and getting a sense of things. Um, so the sky, hmm, the sky looks. It looks almost. It looks almost white to me.
Oh.
Um, it's a very light, almost white sky. I'm not, yeah, it's a different color than you would see on Earth.
Mm-mm.
And I do see something in the distance. I don't, whether that's a moon or another planet or something. I can see some kind of a body in the sky in the distance. Um, it's daylight, but I can see it. I'm trying to look to see if there's like a source of like sun or light. There must be something. It's, unless it's just because the sky is so light that it looks like this. Hmm. I'm not quite sure if there's a sun or where the light is coming from, other than the sky being such a light color. Sort of lights, everything's like lit up like it's daylight.
Mm.
But maybe it's not.
Is there nighttime there?
That's a good question. Let's see. Hmm. It seems like it gets dark. Yeah, that there's dark time where there's not light. Um, I'm looking up. It's very dark because there's no light at all, of course, around. And I can see like what looks like moons or something in the sky. I see like a couple of them. They look like they're in a row off in the distance. Um, and stars and what looks like, I think, stars in the skies in the dark. It's very, it's definitely different from what we would be seeing here on the ground on Earth. Whole different, it just feels different.
Mm-hmm.
It feels, I just wonder where we are here. Trying to get an idea, maybe, of where this might be.
Do you feel it's like in our galaxy, or maybe it's further out, just more in the universe than in our galaxy, or
Hmm. So I'm getting a no. It's not in this galaxy,
Mhm.
that it's outside of it, somewhere. Um, Somewhere out there. Um, this is some kind of incarnation or an experience I chose to have outside of um, this galaxy. Um, as we all do, have many experiences.
Is
Not
it,
getting any
yeah. Is it like
name.
a present experience or is it a past experience?
Hmm. Past.
Mm-hmm. Very past?
It feels like a long ago. Doesn't feel recent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while, a long while.
Okay. Fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Do you feel like moving on? Shall we? Do you think that all that we needed to see about this life, do you want to see like the end of your life here?
Hmm.
Or you feel like moving along? Shall we? What
um,
what does your higher self tell you?
Excuse me. I think it's good to move along, move from here. I don't think we need to go any further in this
Experience.
experience. Yeah.
Mhm. Wonderful. Okay. So then, shall we just feel like again that you're lifting yourself up and again like floating and floating and drifting and looking at all this always like the village from above and the valley and the mountains and the planet, leaving it behind and closing this theme gracefully and thankfully what it has given us, and just feeling with a deep long breath, a longer exhale, that we're floating again safely and swinging to and fro, and we're going drifting, drifting high up, moving to our next place. What is important for you now? Your higher self knows, your guides know what needs to be seen. And so, from going up, up, and up, and drifting, and going with the flow, letting ourselves just be carried for what is your highest and wisest good. And we'll continue. And then we start drifting towards this new place, down and down and down. And we're landing to a new place that is important for you. And here we are, we've landed. You've landed. I'm only accompanying you. And you're in your new space.
Hmm.
You get the feeling and you sense what is around you, if there's any kind of feeling, color, elements, or just very clear environment?
I'm in the presence of a group here. This is some kind of council. There's several here. I'm getting the sense of like almost like beings around almost like a table. Several on each side. So let's see. Just looking to see what's going on here.
Are you part of the council, or you feel like a guest? You're an observer?
I feel like I am part of this meeting, but I'm part of this meeting, but I'm like appearing as I am, as I am, as I am multidimensionally, or in a higher dimension as I am currently. I think I'm here to so I feel like I'm giving like a report as one of the ground crew here on Earth. This is like us on the ground, we observe and we report. I feel like that's what I'm doing, is just reporting my perspective of everything going on at this moment. And I think that this is something I do from time to time. Have these meetings where we report from the ground, the perspective from the ground, or the plane that we're on here, giving them that view of what's happening.
Good.
Yeah, that's what seems to be happening here, and they're listening, they're taking it in.
What are you reporting?
So I'm just giving the perspective of what it's like to be on the Earth plane in the middle of this chaos that we're in here. Giving the perspective of what it's like to be where I am. I'm placed, placed in one of the corners of the U.S. and it's such an epicenter of. It's like the epicenter of the shift here in this part of the world. So very chaotic, and I'm just giving them the perspective of what it's like to see it through these human eyes. Explaining how so many are confused. There's so much confusion and so much fear, and so many emotions running high, so much just different, just perspectives and timelines like overlapping each other. And it's a very intense experience to observe everyone sort of, it's like they're coexisting in different dimensions simultaneously here right now. There's those that see the they can see above it and see the higher picture, and then there's those that still don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's literally like two different dimensions going on at the same time. And it's very it's very confusing. I'm just trying to convey this so they understand how hard it is to not get caught up in all of the chaos and divisiveness and the different misinformations flying around. We're right at a very pivotal moment right now of intensity. People that are being pushed and pushed to awaken. And some just are not, they're just not doing it. And then there's this whole story of these silly politics going on, and it's very intense and also very important at the same time. It all just ties together. So I'm, kind of giving them my perspective and kind of just saying, hey, this is what it's like from this viewpoint. Maybe you could take this and report it further and give us a little help here. That's what I feel like I'm saying right now. Like, a little assistance would be good right now. It's a little help to smooth things out a little bit.
So is this council the council that is also supporting you now in all this shift? Are they the ones that have been like guiding you, or is it some other council?
This council is there may be a few guides here, but this is mainly like another council, like a more of a higher up council. Not really necessarily my guides. This is like a council that I am a part of and report to from time to time. My guides are, although I do get the sense that maybe I do have maybe one or two guides in this room. Most of them are not, though. Yeah. And they're just taking everything in that I'm giving them and taking it under advisement, I guess. I don't know what will come of it. I just know this is what I do periodically. I lay it all out and just kind of give them the emotional perspective.
Do they give you some kind of support, feedback? Or is it just that you report? And is there an exchange?
I do get support. It's a loving, it is a loving support. You know, they take everything into consideration and, you know, give me encouragement, support, um, reassurance, um, and then take it and see what they can do with it as far as, you know, if there's any help that can be given.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good. It's a good thing. I feel it feels loving that, you know, they genuinely care. It's not just like a cold environment. It's
No, no.
they're supportive for sure. Yeah. I
Do you
feel
know?
surrounded.
Yeah. Do you know where you are exactly in the galaxy? If it is in our galactic field,
Hmm.
or and do you know who they are that in this council, or you just see their energetic shape and that's it?
Let's see. I don't know exactly where we are. I'm not positive of. I've been here before. Um, I don't know if this is higher dimensional,
Do you
perhaps.
feel, yeah, that there's anyone you think that we can talk to that would be available
Hmm.
to come through and
Let's
bring,
see.
if there, only if there is a message, for what's
Yeah,
going on, if you feel that this could be a portal, a moment for them to come through and,
just looking to see who these
yeah.
others are. Like, so it's feels like a council of it's various beings. What you would call different gods and goddesses, which I'm one of them.
Mhm.
Um, that's kind of what I'm getting out of it. I recognize one, the energy of one. Um, she is here. I don't know if she has anything for me, but I recognize um, Lady Vesta.
Mhm.
I recognize her um, here. She is my friend, and she's a friend, a guide, and um, a um, very important being. I'm just kind of seeing if she has anything for me since I recognize her.
Mhm.
Hmm. Okay. Um, so she didn't really have a message for me, but she is she is she's like reiterating what I'm reporting.
Mhm.
She's also here on the ground.
Oh, wow.
So she is corroborating my perspective
Mhm.
from being on the ground as well. So perhaps there's more than one of us here that are sharing.
Mhm.
It's interesting. Um, and I'm just getting the sense that she's like a just like a fellow ground member. No one, I'm just waiting to see if anybody has anything for me. Not really getting anything other than um, being thanked for the information, and that whatever they can do to assist will be done. That not to worry, whatever they're able to do to assist will be done.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's very appreciative. So there's nothing that comes through that more on the specific side that could be for a specific group, or what comes to me, maybe, you know, Lady Vester, if anything that has to do with the woman's experience on Earth and the interconnection, you know, with the male aspect on Earth or with children, if there's anything that they feel in this evolutionary moment that they see or that they feel that needs a specific attention or a point of view to bear in mind, in the heart of what's going on, or if it's just okay, and if you feel that we can move along also, or we can also just talk to the to this higher self and ask a few questions that are important for you in this moment.
There is one more message coming from them, that they're saying how what seems like the group, you know, those of us here that those of us that are aware, to the extent that we are, even though there's so much more to learn, that although this is difficult for us right now to speak the truth, because there's so much, when we're speaking the truth, we're getting so much pushback, so much resistance, anger, bullying, censorship, all of it is occurring, that to keep going, to keep on saying it regardless, even though it feels like we're outnumbered at the moment. They're saying not to let that resistance stop us from the spreading of the truth and the awareness, to keep going, because it is helping. It is working. So I'm just getting that sense of you know, don't give up because you're being pushed back against so hard, even though it's hard. So that's the only other thing that I'm getting out of that. Yeah, that's good.
In our terrestrial timing, can they say how long all this is going to take place, or we don't know, it just depends?
I'm getting a kind of a I'm getting it depends, but also showing like a picture of like a dam breaking, that it's going to break, and soon. You can't hold much longer. The dam of truth
Mhm.
is about to break open.
Mhm.
So I'm getting the sense, and my whole body's got chills.
Wow.
I'm getting the sense that this is not going to be too much longer, but yet I'm also getting the, it depends answer, because they can't really give us the time frame. But it's definitely, we're reaching that point. We're reaching that moment
Mhm.
soon. It just can't, it just looks like it's like on its last thread of, and just about to break open at any moment. So hopefully any moment.
Mm. And so all we can do is just to continue and
Yeah.
nothing to add to that, just not to give up and just to continue in this process of awakening and trying to bring awareness through love.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm. One more thing. Do you would you agree? Would you like to continue and proceed, or to see if there's more experiences waiting for you, more scenes that have to be shown to you, or shall we proceed maybe to asking questions and getting in touch with your higher self and making sure that I am talking to your higher, I think I am talking to your higher self actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are. It would be okay to proceed now into the rest of the questions and this healings, and to move forward is good.
Okay, good. So I have a few questions that we've been going through with Lilith, and one question has to do with health. And um, so Lilith will go through a mammography, and probably there will be ultrasounds following. She knows how it normally works, and she has to have these checkups because that is what they tell her because of these lumpy. This is a characteristic. She says she has had these lumpy armpits and lumpy breasts, and there's, as you know, been surgeries, and there's no dangerous issue that has ever arisen. But she would like to know if this is really necessary for her to go and do that, if there are other roads that she can pursue to find a healing on on the situation, if there's a reason for her to have these lumpy breasts, if she and armpits, if she can also resolve this maybe and not necessarily have to have them, or if she can live with them and not have a problem. Is there, I've given you 4 possibilities, but maybe you know more, and you can tell us more.
Mm. Um, okay. So just just as a reassurance, she's nervous about the testing. Um, she can get the test, and it would ultimately ultimately provide her with some peace of mind, just to know the findings. There aren't, it's not an issue that is harmful. It's not, they're not, it's not something necessarily to worry about for her, which we've told her that, you know, that it's not something to worry about health-wise.
Thank you.
But she does worry regardless because of the past. And the issue, the lumpiness, it's they would label it the word is fibrocystic.
Yes.
They would label it that. And it's like that area has always taken on energies and like stored them there in that area. It's like a place where the energies seem to get stuck. Seems to cause the issues. They are actually the area itself is actually, even if she would maybe not agree, is better than it used to be. Used to be a lot more in there than there is now. But a lot of it is cleared out, but there are still some spots.
Can I ask, how did it clear out? Is it because of choices she's made, the life she's led, the awareness? Does it have to do with her that cleared out?
Yeah, a bit of all of that. Some of it was the awareness, different clearing of energies. Some of it was actually medical intervention. There were some areas that were actually cyst-like, that were drained off, which was energy that needed to be released at the time. And then, of course, different things with her lifestyle also, body changes, different supplements have helped. Different diet changes have helped some as well. She should continue to give herself the healing that she's been doing. She should continue with that. That is helping. She is very capable of healing her body, herself, through intention. Intention, energy work, affirmations.
Yeah.
She is capable. So continue that. And the massage, the massaging you suggested, that is good. A good thing to do. So we will suggest that be implemented at this point. And she can get the mammography, and yes, they may send her for that next test like they tend to do, but there's not going to be any findings that are
Worrying.
um,
Worrying.
malignant. Yeah.
Wonderful. So when she does this, is this thing that this fibrocystic situation, is it like a defense that her body puts on? Is it, can we say that it's also a defense that of some system that activates as a defense for her? Could that
Hmm.
be or not?
Yeah, in a way, um, you could say that, yes. It's like the energies are trying to get trapped there, and it's like it's way of like trying to sort of isolate them,
Mm,
or um, like isolate the energy, or block the energy, causing these like areas of like firmness and like lumpy sort of tissue that kind of forms and fluctuates. Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
can she heal completely from this process of defense? Can she find another way to flow with the energy and not to store it there and in a protective way, and that it becomes stagnant for her body and then it needs to be released with physical operation? Is there a way that she can energetically and with other healings, can she transform this way of protecting herself? Is there a way there?
Um, she can work to try to actively clear those energies. Um, she does do energy clearing, yes, but maybe focus that intention in the area, regular clearing, and keep that energy moving.
Mm,
Um, yeah, try to keep it moving. Um,
mm, mm, nice, nice. I like that.
yeah,
Mm.
that would be a good way to do this going forward.
Mhm.
And there's been some supplements that she's been taking.
Are they good?
Um, they've had some help. There's been some help. They've calmed down some of the discomfort, which is good. So she keep taking the it's vitamin E and vitamin D. Keep taking those. And she's been taking some beta carotene and vitamin A. When the vitamin A runs out, don't take it anymore. Just you don't want too much of it in your system. Um, beta carotene, you can reevaluate when you get to the end of the supply. But the
Okay.
other two, keep taking those, and there may be some others you could take. You might need to do some research just to see what's out there. Something supplement, something natural.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good. I think that's
good.
answers well what the question was. And next question was a practical question on whether she should sell off her car and downsize to one vehicle at home, if this would help, probably for the family economical situation, if there's a good enough benefit to give up the car, or how do you see it? How do you feel it?
Um, yes, she can sell that car. She can sell it and they can try to see how it goes with just having one main vehicle. They'll just have to make sure that they take, really good care of it, the one vehicle, maintaining. It would be good to do that, to downsize further. And then if she finds, or they find, that it's for some reason not working, or maybe the car they have is giving trouble or something down the road, they can always find something else, something that's, cheap, something just kind of cheap and basic. But yeah, it would be good to let that go for now. Is at the moment they'll have, if they continue, they'll have a vehicle that just sits all the time, and really that's, not really necessary
Okay.
right now.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. And then, so Lilith is wondering if she should try to contact her biological father, John Solomon. And as you know, she's not aware if he's still alive, but she wants to know if that could be of help for her growth, and for all this repatterning that is going on, and if it can be if it's important for her or for the father, or if it's the right thing to do for her at the moment.
She could look to see, he may not be here still, but she could check. She can find a way to check that out, though, just in case. There has already been a connection made on the soul level. There has been a connection made where there has been a sort of like a reconciliation, a forgiveness, a
Wonderful.
that has occurred, because as she knows, in the higher realms, that they're all connected, and this was just a role he played here. So that has already occurred. So if he's not here, or you can't find him, or you don't want to find him, it's okay, because what needed to be done is done. You have made the connection, the forgiveness, that has been taken care of. if you want to look out there for other children of his,
Mhm.
that we can't say for sure if that would benefit you for sure or not at this point, but there very well may be other children you could try to connect to, even if you don't say develop a relationship, but maybe just the connection, the knowing
Mhm.
might be something to look into at this point.
Mm.
I could be, um, even if it's at the soul level. You don't have to find these people and be their best friend or anything. You can just make the connection, make the recognition of each other. Might have to do a little research,
Mhm.
go back in your own family and find somebody that might still know somebody,
Right.
kind of a thing, to
Right.
find them.
Yeah. Detective investigation.
Yeah, do some work. But yeah, really, it can really go either way with it. Um, it is okay either way, um, as the two souls are definitely already um, in a good place.
Wow.
So
This
it's
is
okay.
so
Yeah.
important and precious. That's lovely. Wonderful. Thank you.
Hmm. You're welcome.
Um, Another, I would say maybe, yeah, practical question is an update, if possible, um, on how much time she needs to, it needs to pass before leaving these part-time jobs that Lilith nicely calls 3D part-time jobs. I like that.
Mhm.
And when this if this moment of directing, going towards a job with more healing practices, and which is the direction that she is going anyway, and she knows that this is the right direction for her. She was just wondering if it is possible to know if there is a moment where she can make like a leap, a step further to
Mhm.
change this and go more into it and make it like her real project, her unique, and just let go of these other jobs. Is it the right time now? Is it coming?
It it's coming. Um, it's coming. It's not going to be too long at this point. Don't don't go. Don't walk away right at this moment. But as the shift progresses over the next, within likely within a year, or less than a year, we would say you'll get the knowing, you'll get the guidance of when it's time to pull away. Um, you will have to at some point, because you will have so many other things going on that you won't be able to go there anymore anyway. Um, so we're I'm going to say within within a year's time. No more than that, I don't think.
Wonderful. That's good. That's a timeline, and it's really fast also.
Yeah,
So
hopefully
she
it'll.
doesn't have to do anything. She's just flowing as she should, and things are just happening. Or is there advice that she needs about this? Some support
Hmm,
that you feel?
she's she's doing well so far. We would advise to keep learning more, to expand the modalities.
Mm-hmm.
Keep learning more
Yeah.
when you're able, and she knows already that she is supposed to do some things like get a website together, um, which she's been kind of procrastinating with doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a website,
Mm-hmm.
learning more, and just trying to put her energy out there more and more. She's trying to do that now. She's dipping her toe in to putting her energy out. She um, just today,
Mm-hmm.
she did make a small video, which is something she's really never done before, and she did put it out on her YouTube, even though she, doesn't really have anybody watching her YouTube yet. She put it on her YouTube and put it on some different areas just to put her energy out there, because that's what's going to draw the right souls to you that
Wonderful.
need your help.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
otherwise, we're good. Yeah.
Okay. So this is important. So she needs
Yeah.
to trust herself more in that then.
Yes. Yeah, definitely trusting more in her ability, and trusting more in just trusting more of what she feels and what comes through from um she has times of hesitation um when putting herself out there, hesitating out of doubt, or maybe not trusting what's coming through. So it's important to really just try to embrace the embrace the energy, embrace what comes through, and trust it,
Yeah.
and just put it out.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very true. We must be the first ones to trust ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
experiences. Yeah.
Yeah.
Embrace the energy. Thank you very much. And then there's a question about Travis and where he is at now, and how is he feeling, and um, is there anything that Lilith can do more to, in a way, than in their companionship and their journey together, or that she can be more aware about? And um, with respect to their progress in their evolution. So yes, focusing on Travis, is there any advice there as well?
He he is he is progressing. This year just this year, he has really started to become more and more aware and really progress in his own right. He he's okay. He is like her, still having to be involved a lot with the 3D aspect of life, with work and things. So it distracts him. It it keeps his mind busy a lot. He gets caught up in it. But that's okay right now. It's okay right now for him. It's temporary for him as well. He hasn't quite found his next step yet personally, but he will. That's coming for him. He'll be surprised at what a sort of different direction things take for him down the road soon. He's has handled everything very well and really taken everything in and just sort of let it integrate into his being. He does take time for himself to breathe and meditate, which is good. He does do that. Some of the things he's a little bit still maybe afraid of. Sometimes when he would see like a session, watch a session perhaps, he's fascinated by it and also at the same time afraid of some of it still. But he's doing very well and waking up very, very fast. He should just continue to continue forward and just keep working on following his heart and his guidance that he gets, because he does get it. And she can she's done well with helping him and supporting him and even teaching him some. I would say to her to try to remember to try to remember that he has to, that he still has to come about everything at his own pace, and try to remember to open yourself, listen more to him, listen more. Sometimes she gets distracted by her own things she's got going on. She finds herself not quite listening as good. So really take the time to listen when he's talking, even if it's not something that you may necessarily be interested in at the moment. But this will go a long way to help him and help each other, the connection that you have, keeping it strong. And together they are doing well. They need to keep working together the way they have been and following the guidance they are given, trying to go with the flow, as they both experience the frustration of being guided one way and having, you know, everything change really fast. And this whole year has been that way for everyone, really. Try to go with the flow, live in the moment together, follow the guidance together. And the bond, the energy that the two have together, produce together on all the levels, is very powerful. It's a very powerful energy that goes out with helping the collective, helping with the shift, the awakening, showing kind of like a template of what the higher kind of higher template of what the relationships will be. It's kind of a template for it in a way. It is such a powerful energy that it's one of the energies that the ones that are trying to maintain control, the ones that are trying to keep pushing to keep that control that they've had for so long, it's the type of energy that they're afraid of, and they would love to stop, but they can't. They can't stop it. It's too late for all that. It just can't be stopped. So that's really it. Yeah, just they're good. It's good.
It's simple but powerful.
Yeah.
And just very, very simple, delicate, not complicated, and powerful.
Yeah.
And all those power games can't hold simplicity. Whoa.
Right.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. And there is another question about the dog that she's going to heal tomorrow. And so this dog, Minnie, she wants to know if there is any advice on what the issue is with the dog, if there is an understanding that of what's really going on there, and so that she can get ready for it and do a good healing for Minnie. What is the real issue there?
Let's see, Minnie. I'm just I'm looking at Minnie right now. So she looks from looking from here, it looks like she it looks like it's an injury, an injury from some kind of overzealous. She's got very high energy, so some kind of jump caused some sort of a little injury, and it's like in her back, like in the lower back, like underneath the lower than the rib, where the ribs would end at the bottom. So under there somewhere, it's like a lower back. So it looks like an injury. Maybe there's some energy blockage there. From this viewpoint, from this viewpoint, I don't see that I don't see that they should label it with any disease. If they would try to do that, I don't see that there. So can do some nice energy healing back there. Tomorrow, some hands-on, or maybe even hands-off, but just close to the body, energy healing, and could use, she was thinking about using some crystals. She could probably use some crystals, maybe place them somehow. I don't know if you could place them under her, possibly under her or beside her somehow, if she'll let her, like like a citrine crystal, and use the crystal to sort of bounce that energy off of and amplify it back into the body, to create a more powerful effect, and maybe see if it'll move any stuck energy out of there, remove the stuck part, so she can get back to being comfortable again and back to being her very active little self that she is, or running and jumping and all the things she likes to do. Chasing rabbits and whatnot.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you ever so much. And I have another question with respect to today's session. If it is possible to know, why has Lilith been taken to see this life on this planet, or this primordial life with these primordial beings, and what meaning and how this contributes to what we were doing today, and her life and her proceeding?
Just showing her an existence, another existence outside of the Earth, and in this instance outside of the galaxy, to give her these different perspectives on where she's been, what she's done. And that particular existence, really want to give her the understanding and reinforce the perspective of this simple life, this simple way of living, and living simply and close to nature, how it can be, it can be so, it is fulfilling, it is natural, it is all that is needed. Just a reminder for perhaps, going forward, that simple way is all that is needed. You don't need all of this stuff and outside, out there stuff that we've all here gotten so wrapped up in. yeah, just a reminder for the times to come ahead that that's the way that we're meant to be, really simple and in close with our surroundings.
Yes, very beautiful. I'm sure this is what she really does appreciate. And is there anything else that you feel like saying to Lilith for that you think she needs to know in this moment on any level, on a practical level that maybe we've missed out on, or on an emotional, psychological level, or something energetical, or something that has to do with healing? Is there something that we probably, maybe we haven't covered or thought of that you feel that is the time to maybe mention now?
Um, want to I didn't say this before, but the remind her also on the issue about the breasts, that they are also being monitored and worked on by her team. Active, like, light healing has been going on. Just it's just a little extra reassurance there, reminder. I think she knows that, but just
no, I think
a reminder there.
it's good to connect to this healing awareness. So thank you for.
Mm-hmm.
And so this will continue. It's been going on during the session, and it will like continue always. It's like monitored always in her life. This is it.
Yes, it will continue for as long as
It's necessary.
it's needed. Yes, mm-hmm. It will. She's always being monitored by her team, regardless. These, you know, she is, you are, so many of us here on the ground are too important,
Mm-hmm.
too important to just let too much, we really have to monitor and protect and try to make sure you're all protected and healed, because there's so much important work to do still. Yeah, just a reminder of that.
Very much.
Let's see here. Just kind of scanning through her body at the moment, just kind of quickly.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah.
Seeing if there's anything that needs some attention. At the moment.
Mm.
Going to raise up let's see, how do we put this? Raise up her vibration a bit. She has been, she's noticed in the last, probably since early this year, that she's gained, there's been a little bit of weight gain around like this midsection, and it concerns her. I'm going to raise up the vibration some to be able to release a little bit of that. I mean, it's not been anything major, but just enough to where it's making her have concerns, doubts, you know, those feelings of not liking the body.
Okay.
So important to, so important to, you know, accept the body and love the body and take care of the body, which she's trying to do. So this should help. This should help with all of this. Just going to raise it all up a little bit.
Let's do that. Wonderful.
Yeah. And just have her continue. She has picked back up on her activity level. She had slacked off a bit, but now she's already actively gotten back into her walking and hiking and doing some different things. So that's good. Just keep it up.
Yeah, that's good. That's important.
Let's see here. Will just kind of help to, as always, that energy seems to want to clear out of her through the throat. Try to clear that out. Move that out of there. And looks, just scanning through, everything looks pretty good. Not finding any blockages or anything at the moment. Nothing hanging on. Just good. Just kind of running through each, running through the energy centers and making sure that they're all clear and all moving together. Nice and balanced. They seem pretty balanced. Looking good. Okay. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I think we're it looks good scan wise.
Is there just a word, just a sentence that you feel has to reach to her heart that could be important for her to go to cherish with her?
Yes, it's mhm. It's time to go to the next level of loving yourself. You have done such a good job of learning how to love yourself and accept yourself. It's time to take it up another level and love yourself by just being honest with your truth more. In honest with your truth more when it comes to those that you hold back from, out of maybe you don't want confrontation, or you're afraid you're going to lose somebody in these volatile times of different opinions. Love yourself higher and just let your truth be known. And if that, if it does push somebody away, then it's probably for your highest good at the moment.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you think for today, or do you feel that we've come to the conclusion of the session, or is there still something that can be expressed on anything?
The session feels like pretty complete. Yeah, the session feels pretty complete at this point. We would express to you gratitude for facilitating today, and that you are also doing so well and following your path, following the right path with these different things that you are learning and doing, are going to lead you to right where you're supposed to be. You're doing well with the change of lifestyle, and this is good. Yeah, you're on the right path, and it's beautiful. You and your partner will do some great healing. You'll do some great healing for others and each other.
Thank you.
That's coming. And Yeah, it'll be beautiful. It's it's wonderful to see you um, following um, the true path, and it's going to be successful for you.
Mhm. It's always precious to hear that. We are really on a big adventure here. Thank you so much. Is there any recommendation on the session, things that you feel I can put attention to that can help me to improve?
You, you're doing pretty well. The only suggestion would be if it's someone whom is not, if it's someone who is more of a not as experienced, or maybe not has never done this before, or is nervous,
Mm-hmm.
you might have to guide them more,
Okay.
kind of like guide them where to go more.
Mm-hmm.
But in this situation, of course, you don't have to.
Mm.
But otherwise, you're doing very well. It's very well, flowing very nicely.
Could I have moved Lilith along, do you think, into more of other experiences, or did I dwell too long on the first life on this planet? Or,
Uh, no, it was fine. Um, it was fine. You got lots of detail out of it. You could have, I mean, you could have, if you wanted to, moved her to another life, but you asked.
mm-hmm.
So, in asking, um, in this situation, it was fine to move to wherever the higher self guided.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was someone who maybe
New to everything.
is not yet new, then maybe you might have to guide them more in
Mm.
that situation.
So
Yeah.
they don't feel lost and scared in the experience.
Yeah, sometimes they have to be guided more, but otherwise it's all beautiful. It's flowing nicely,
Mm.
and it's working wonderful.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. So again, I am very grateful for this experience. And yes, a beginner, but willing to learn and to follow the path as best, and with all the help that is coming to us, and especially myself now. So I have trust in this, and I thank for this journey, this opportunity that we have shared together. I know it's going to be more nourishing than what I can understand uh, at the moment and be aware of, but I know that it always works on deeper levels than what we know. So blessings, and thank you very, very much. And at this point, just to come back and out of the session, I will ask um, I will ask a higher self not to step back, but to always stay very close and present and connected as much as possible, as it is possible from for this 3D life, as Lilith calls it, but to be as connected as possible for you to help her in just the little daily choices and all her daily actions and experiences. And so bringing awareness to all that has been done to all her body, to all her subtle bodies and up to her physical body and her cells, all the energy of her cells. And I thank a lot for all the energy that has been given to her, all the healing. And so we come back to this awareness of this beautiful body, reconnecting again, Lilith, to your bones, going down deep into your bones, bringing awareness to Lilith's bones that have all a new awareness after this session, a new light, a new process that has activated itself, reinforced, then bringing awareness to your muscles, and tendons, and to your blood, and all that they have received today, all the energy of your total body, all the muscles of your body, and to bring awareness to all the skin of your body, the skin and your hair that contains your body and that has received all the healing and all the awareness and information, that it be stored in the healthiest way in all your body and all your subtle bodies. And so bringing the attention to your breath again and your total body, feeling the air coming in and flowing out, feeling your body energetic, very light, very peaceful, vital and healed. You can move your toes, your fingers, roll your legs and knees and hips, trunk and head, and feel your whole body renewed together with all the subtle bodies. Thank you so much for the experience.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
knocked my earbud out. Mm. Mm. Oh gosh. Oh. Mm. Oh. Mm. Oh gosh. Mm. Mm.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Did
Excellent.
so well. That was great.
It really
Wonderful.
was. Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was wonderful. It was so interesting. Um, it's funny how you never know where you're gonna where it's gonna take you, you know. You never know where you're gonna end up or what you're gonna see or feel. Wow.
Yeah. So it's
So
nourishing. It's just what it's needed in that moment.
absolutely. That was beautiful. The garden and the roses, the connection.
The experience, yes, with the roses.
I
That
like
healing
that.
process, beautiful. And you know, in my life, iconography, there's the saints, or the world of the saints in Italy, and there's such a strong connection to the Holy Mother and many saints, to the roses.
Yes.
Just seeing you there with the scents and the colors, I said, "Wow."
It was beautiful. Yeah, that was wonderful. Wow. I'm still it's still funny the that such a strange
experience.
such a strange experience life that that form was so odd. It was the strangest feeling.
I just can't imagine. Yes, just feeling, that
It's weird.
awkwardness of
It
being
was awkward.
right.
It felt like I was
Yeah, and in fact, you gave me a sense of also that there was a different kind of gravity there when you were describing that. It
yeah, it
was
felt
really,
very,
mm,
yeah, weird.
yeah.
Wow. Wow. Oh, I'll tell you,
I'll
the
just
places we
review.
go.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, we could write books for children going there and just with, better than any kind of imagination.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
I'll just go through the questions and
Yeah.
just to review them and make sure that you've got them all, of course, on video, but just so that you can carry them with you now. Where is number? Oh, it's here. Okay, so, for the home, no, this was not. This was, no, that was about your history, and this is the session, yes. Number 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we are, yeah. So, so for the testing, the higher self seemed very serene about it, and he said on quite a few occasions that you are nervous about it, and that is also, and that it is good for you to do the testing because it will give you the peace of mind. And it also said that you are constantly it's a monitored, and there's always a healing process going on with that, so that you know this, that you are always provided for there, and that it is not harmful not to worry. And the issue of this lumpiness was interesting. It's like areas that have like taken energy, and that it's stuck in there.
Yeah.
And so the interesting thing that came to me, I thought that maybe it was like a defense that you put on, like a protection. And your higher self did say that it had something to do with that, and that it is good to, in fact, clear that the area is much better than what it used to be. Nowadays it's much better, and it's clearer, it's being cleared out, and it is better, all the tissues and everything there, it's all much better. And that it has been cleared out medically, it's been released energetically wise, and when it was needed, and your lifestyle change and the body changes and the supplements, everything has been part of this healing process. And and it said, and the higher self says that you are capable of healing. You are capable of healing your body, and also with affirmations as an extra. And that the suggestion of massaging was a good suggestion.
Good.
And in fact, I just remembered also while we were in the session something more about this massaging, that in fact they were also talking about this lumpy parts and everything, that the massaging also is connected to the lymph, because what happens is that in this area it gets all stuck, and it gets kind of stops, and it gets stiff, and therefore also the lymph that needs movement to get the lymph flowing gets blocked. And that's why the massaging and the movement helps, because it gets the lymph moving as well. So it's not necessarily doing the muscles and doing the movements always. It can be that, doing it in a proper awareness, kind of semantic, they have these semantic movements. There's lots of this body mind work that is going around now, and that they bring awareness to the body and all that. That's wonderful. Even yoga done in that way is wonderful. But just going to the basics, this fact of moving that area that is very blocked and stuck on the ribs and everything, moves the lymph, and the lymph is what we actually need also to get moving.
Right.
So that and because it's also lymphatic here, it's all breast, and the armpit is lymphatic. And today she was saying this on the Zoom session, that I had a note that I had written down, that she was saying that it's also that the lymph needs to be going and flowing to feet.
Yes.
And that's also, I feel, our glands probably are a defense system. In actual fact, glands are a defense system. So definitely there's this thing that is connected to all this area of your lymph glands and everything. And so I'm going to give you, I'm going to send you the website of this practitioner, quantum healing practitioner, and I'm going to call him, so I'll let you know about this and how I feel about it. And I like this teacher very much, and she told me that he did miracles, and that all her family and relatives go to him, and that now she used to go to him, and now he's healing on the phone now. He's just so, he's just gone very much ahead with his work and everything. I mean, we're working on Zoom, so that we understand that.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So anyway, your higher self is, very trusting in all this, and yes, he says to do more research, definitely, and for natural remedies, and for your supplements, good. You have to focus. He says focus on clearing the energy with intention. You have to have intention. And focus on clearing the energy, and keep vitamin E. And he said keep moving. That's good. Vitamin E, yes, and vitamin D, yes, they are good. Whilst beta carotene and vitamin A, just to finish, what you have, vitamin A, no more, and instead beta carotene, you have to reevaluate once you finish the cure, and you have to check at that time if it's the case to continue or not.
Okay.
So it's very good. All this really sounds positive, and in senses, that's made me very happy for you also. And then question number 2 about the car, very simple. It said yes, easy, can be sold, and your train of thought was good, and to stay with one vehicle and see how it works for you. And because if the car is sitting there, it's not necessary. And then if things change and it becomes necessary, then you can find something basic and economical and just go back to thinking about. But it agrees on the fact that it's good. About your father, it didn't jump and say yes, go for it, but I said, okay, yes, you may do so. And the fact is that you and your father have already, as soulmates, you have already connected. And this was repeated more times over. This is beautiful that, you are at peace, there's been forgiveness, and that you are in place with one another, and that there is a deep understanding of what has happened, which is
good, very
good and healing, and very blessed, all this. And that's also the higher self did not say if your father is alive or not. It's a question mark. And so but it's wonderful that on a higher level everything has happened, and that everything has been healed and at peace. And it could be good to find if he has had other children, but it's not necessary. It won't necessarily be of help or important for where you are going, where you are at now. And in fact, you can go either way. Just be very free on how
Yeah.
things occur and your flow.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And about the job change, it's interesting. A job change will come, and it's not too far away. It's said about a year or more, and um, um, it will happen naturally, and you will already be busy doing many things, and it will come to a point where you will have to give up the jobs that you're doing because you will be busy by that time. So you and I asked if there's advice for you, and so it said more than one time, you know, just to keep on learning when you can, when
Mm-hmm.
possible, just um, and putting more and more energy out, just to trust, learn more, and put more energy out,
Yeah.
and that you know that you have things that you should be doing, like the website, getting onto things. So
Mm-hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
to bear those in mind. And um, and today that you put a small video on YouTube was very, very good. And even if nobody is knows about it,
Yeah.
but it's very important that you do this because it will draw the right souls towards you, and you have to trust your abilities and what you feel, and that there is at times a hesitation and
Yeah.
out of doubt. And it's important that you embrace this energy that you have, and just to really flow with it, and just feel it and flow with it, feel it and just and go. But yeah, so the wonderful thing is that everything is flowing, and that in a year it's going to be mm, so anyway, the job, not to give them up now because it's
Yeah.
not the time at the moment. And so I actually answered two questions in one nearly. But then there's Travis, and that's
Mm-hmm.
he's progressing, and that it hasn't been easy for him or for you. You've done a lot, and he is more and more aware in his own right, and that uh, Travis, just as you, are very much involved in this 3D life. And at times you get caught because obviously this life, kind of life, obviously catches you. That's what it's all about. But
Yeah.
it's temporary. And just to be aware of it, because anyway, it is temporary. And that Travis has not found his next step yet, this next step for him, and he will be surprised at what is waiting for him,
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting.
That is
And
interesting.
yeah, that he at times that it is good that he takes time for himself. That's a very good thing he does for breathing and meditating, and that he's still a bit afraid of the sessions and what's
Mm-hmm.
all around that. But he's waking up very fast, and the feeling I got was that a lot of work has been done there, and you
Yeah.
know it's just a lot of things that have been going on. And
Yeah.
so you know
Absolutely.
it's all understandable about, you know, just sometimes, you know, that some things seem like they're left behind, or that someone's putting the brakes, but it's because so much is really going on.
Yeah.
And he is guided, he gets guided, and
Mm-hmm.
he must follow his heart and guidance, the guidance that's very good. and
Beautiful.
and that you did a good job in supporting him, helping him. That was a lot of work you did there, and he higher self didn't say more than that, but the feeling was that there was a lot to this, just because the
Yeah.
higher self really recognized this. And the advice was to just remember to try and be more open to listening to him, that sometimes you get distracted, And sometimes, the things he says maybe are not the ones that you're interested in that very moment. So you maybe got another pace sometimes, but that it is very important for him to feel that you're listening to him and that you're doing together very well. And it has been, very difficult, and that's been recognized, and that you just have to continue to follow the flow as you've been doing, and that the bondage that you produce together is very, very powerful. And just this bondage is helping the collective, and it will show, it's going to be like show the higher template of what relationships should be. And that's what is actually, what is that counter energy that is trying to hold back the earth and all the proceeding of earth, is afraid of that energy. So in actual fact, there's no fighting against them. There's just to bond more and more, and that's, and that's all that has to really be done, which I find sometimes, mesmerizing. You get all these people, and probably they have to fight, against and bring out awareness from the news. But also, this is very true that, your bondage will bring out benefit to other people inside themselves, and just bring out the love and the light, and this more awareness, this more subtle energy. And that's also so important, to do that and to bring that out. And then about Minnie, little Minnie. So what it seems like, it's that, okay, she has like a lower back, maybe injury from some of her big jumps because of all that vitality, and that maybe that was not, no one realized, because, she managed somehow for some time, I don't know, but it could have been some of her energy acrobacies.
Yeah.
That there is like an energy block under the rib, and that's where it was located, in the lower back under the rib. And it doesn't seem like it's a disease or something like that, and that
Good.
that a suggestion that came was that you can either use your hands on or off, depending on the situation. You'll find tomorrow, but that you can use your crystals and place them beside her, under her, citrine crystals, and in such a way that the energy bounces from the crystals into the body to remove this energy block that Minnie has. So that was what came from Minnie. And then
beautiful.
Yeah, and then again, yes, I asked why why were you taken to this experience of this life? And it's very true. I mean, that's also what came to me, that this life that you have had is also another perspective for you to know, one of your many and infinite experiences outside the galaxy. But it is also to reinforce the simplicity of life, and the contact with nature, and how natural and fulfilling it is. And it's just like a reminder that simple is all that is needed. And our lives are very complex, and how we can go back to simplicity, in fact.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And then just another reminder that your higher self wanted to give you again on the breasts, that they are, I said that to you before, but they are constantly being monitored and healed. So really you must know this, that keep this with you. And then they did a little healing just to raise your vibration, to help you release your concern about your extra weight, and the suggestion was to really love your body, and to accept it, to go really to accepting yourself as you are, and being truthful and honest with yourself. So the next step I said if there was anything extra, just, any word, any phrase, or any extra advice, and so that your next step of loving yourself, because you are on that path of self-love, is because, and you have done a good job so far, and so next step is being more honest and truthful, to follow also your truth. And when it comes to those you hold back, from love, from self-love and all this, you just have to go more with your truth and let them know your truth. And if you feel that you're being pushed away, then it means that is what it's meant to be, and that it is for your highest good, but that it is important that you also let your truth be known, which is interesting, because one can also, if you see that there's a non-openness, one could just let it go. But the thing here was just saying, you can say the truth and just let it out. And then, and also I got some advice from me for how I'm proceeding, which is always very, very helpful.
Oh yeah.
And so again, so it said to me that if I have someone that is new to all this, obviously, they need more guidance. Well, dealing with you, it's, in a way, it's like I know you know things, and I just, in a way, there's more like a horizontal level of letting you move around. But it's also that I am, I'm trying to understand also how to move about it, and so it's good that I also have had beginners. And it is true that I do give a lot of space, and I noticed that, like Ron sessions or other sessions, there's more guidance and more hopping here, moving there, and so this I'm not good at that yet, and I don't feel it. You have to do things that you really feel like that you are like yourself when you're doing it, and that you're not, because otherwise my tone would not seem like authentic, and I wouldn't feel myself. So I have to but it is true that it's important to keep this in mind for someone that is new, and does need the guidance. Otherwise it can be pretty scary, and you can feel kind of lost and abandoned, and
but I think you did fantastically. That's good.
I loved it. Thank you very much, Lilith, for responding to us.
Of course,
it's lovely. It's good.
Absolutely. It's been wonderful. Like that, two new friends. So now we just have to keep in touch.
Same here. It's really, I mean, what your story for me is mind-blowing, and everything is mind-blowing. It's like another reality. It's really like going into that planet you went to. It's
I know.
Different from what you touch and you taste, and it's you just have to let all this kind of readjust.
Oh yes, readjust, recalibrate, constantly recalibrating.
And your mind, you've classified so many things in your life. You've done all your all your classification, and you say, it's not like that.
Right.
It has to go away.
Throw it all out the window.
Right.
Unlearn. And then relearn. That's what it feels like.
It's a lot, and so
it is a lot.
I stay open, because sometimes you don't know where to put your hands, so as to say. So I just try and let it just flow, and because the older you are, the more crystallized things are in your mind and everywhere. As much as I think the younger you are, probably you're more open.
Maybe the more younger the
Mm.
Hopefully,
Hopefully.
the ones that are much younger are
Yeah.
hopefully,
Some elders are wiser. That's good. You know, when you don't get old and rigid and crystallized, and mineralized, and invested in wiseness, that's wonderful. Then you're
yeah,
younger than the younger ones. But
yes.
that's not
Mhm.
the case. So not always.
Yeah. Mm. Oh gosh. Oh, that was fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you
Fantastic.
very
Yeah.
much. I
Yeah.
wish you to have a lovely.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
for you, it's super nighttime. What time is it for you?
Oh yeah, it's late. It's like 1:30.
Wow.
I guess I should go to bed,
Yeah, I will have
huh?
lovely dreams.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I will now. Have a great afternoon or evening.
I'll
And
send you the recording. I'll just stop it
yeah.
here
Okay.
and I'll